Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Kilyn. And we are joined with the other host, Lady J. Say hi to people, Lady J. I'm back at the doghouse with Lady J. And I'm going to be discussing several things tonight. First thing that we're going to be discussing is good old Tim Scott. He thought he was going to be the vice president picked for the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Instead, he chose J.D. Vance. What state does he represent? I forgot what state that J.D. Vance represents, but that's who the dump picked as his vice president pick. So we're going to be discussing that. Then we're going to be discussing day one of the RNC in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's entertaining to say the least. Even Amber Rose made an appearance, along with several coconuts and Oreos. And I'm not talking about food either. Then we, people of color tokens, basically, for the Republicans. Then I wish Bacclash was joining us. We'd be thrilled to hear about this. Not. Elon Musk reportedly plans to pledge $45 million a month to pro-Trump super PAC. He's definitely letting it know what his alliance is. Mr. Goddamn Board himself. Then we got my tablet's not working. So we got that doing Republican GOP representative Byron Donalds is exposed by his ex-wife for being a liar. And then controversy unfolds. Yep. Then Tim Scott defends the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Black Jobs comment from the debate last week before last month. Then we got Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, y'all president. Y'all voted for him. Hey.
I don't know what was working.
Then we got Sleepy Jim Crow Biden takes shots at the dump as a human shit. And we want to make it perfectly clear. Days after failed assassination attempt. Then we got Black Voters Matter. Exposed themselves as a DNC operation in recent statements. Then we got President Sleepy Jim Crow Biden glitching Dementia Joe. Biden is crashing out. Don't say. Then we had the Denver City Council meeting, which we have every Monday. This Monday, it was there was a protest for Colin Lewis. So we're gonna go over that. Then we got Candace Owens faces backlash online for historical revisionism. Then of course we got our legal migrant news and our unhoused neighbor news and our unhoused neighbor sweeps and illegal migrant sweeps. So thank you for joining us. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. And we'll get it started. Hopefully Shabaki will be joining us. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She's going to give us the update on Tim Scott not getting picked for VP under the dump as a human shit. Instead, he picked another white man, younger white man, but nonetheless another white man named J.D. Vance.
What can you take that will reduce your blood pressure within 3 hours and it will...
In these challenging economic times, finding a stable, well-paying job,
Longer, shinier, lightweight, but
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, it was about a year ago. I told y'all it was still 2023. Donald Trump was going to pick a white man for VP.
Yep.
You know, I don't care. Oh, Vivek,
Sure.
you know, and Tim Scott and Byron Donalds. I knew he wasn't going to pick any of them, y'all. I knew he was going, at the end of the day, Donald Trump was going to pick a white man as his VP, and he did just that.
Yep.
So Tim Scott, who was trying to rush down the aisle and get married because he thought he could possibly be the VP pick, I guess you can kind of slow down on trying to marry the old flat-looking woman you've picked out for yourself. So anyway, let's get into this story, y'all. Trump picked Senator J.D. Vance, and he's from Ohio. And at one point in time, he was a fierce critic, but he then turned loyal. And not to mention, he's good friends with Don Jr. So that's who he picked. Former President Donald Trump chose J.D. Vance of Ohio as his running mate on Monday. So picking a one-time critic who became a loyal ally of his now first millennial to join a major party ticket at a time of deep concern about the advanced age of America's political leaders. After a lengthy deliberation and thought and consideration, the tremendous talents of many others, I decided that the person best suited to assume the position of VP of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio, Trump said in a post on his Truth Social network as the Republican National Convention got underway. Hours later, Vance formally received the party's formal nomination after walking onto the floor of the convention. So he's 39 years old. Vance rose to national fame with the 2016 publication of his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. He was elected to the Senate in 2022. So he really hasn't been there that long. 2020, you're talking what, roughly 2 years?
Yeah.
And has become one of the staunchest champions of the former president, Make America Great Again agenda, particularly on trade, foreign policy, and immigration. But he is largely untested in national politics and is joining the Trump ticket at an extraordinary moment in American history. An attempted assassination of Donald Trump on Saturday has shaken the campaign, bringing new attention to the nation's coarse political rhetoric and reinforcing the importance of those who are one heartbeat away from the presidency. So Tim Scott can stop doing all that biscuit eating and tap dancing because he did not pick you. And I didn't think he was. I never thought he was. Vance himself faced criticism in wake of the shooting for a post on X that suggested President Joe Biden was to blame for the violence. The central premise of Biden's campaign is President Donald Trump is, you know, all the things that Joe Biden calls Trump, like a fascist, you know. So anyway, that rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of things have been blamed, but the dude that did it, he was just like Donald Trump, looked just like him. So look, y'all, the bottom line is, what y'all don't talk about is a lot of people in this country don't like Donald Trump, and y'all will harp all day long on Joe Biden and ignore that. You will ignore it. You see where that got you, right? So anyway, law enforcement has yet to specify a motivation for the shooting. They probably don't know. And I did hear they went to the shooter's home and they found a bomb and other weapons and ammunition there. I did hear about that. The pick is sure to energize Trump's base. Vance has become a fixture on the conservative media circuit and frequently spars with reporters on Capitol Hill, helping establish him as a kind of leader who would carry Trump into the future, beginning with the next presidential election in 2028. But the pick also means that two white men will now lead the Republican ticket at a time when Trump has sought to make inroads with Black and Latino voters. Trump ain't. Look, y'all, I said it last year. I said Donald Trump is picking a white man for VP. All this, you know what? I never thought he was serious. It just came off like that. Like he named people as possible VP picks. But in my opinion, just my observation, I don't think Donald Trump was ever serious about picking somebody like Tim Scott. That's just my personal observation about the whole thing. In his post announcing his pick, Trump said Vance will be strongly focused on people he fought so brilliantly for, the American workers and farmers in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, and far beyond. How come y'all never helped the Black farmers? Neither side, neither Democrat or Republicans. How come y'all never helped the Black farmers out here? Y'all both parties ignore them. Several of those Midwestern states are expected to play a critical role in November's election. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, they have the presidential debate, and then, of course, they have the VP debate. So it'll be J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris. So y'all have to tell me what you think about this pick. We know MAGA will be okay. Their butts will be okay with anything. But I'm talking about my people. You know, I don't think the Republicans are ready for a Black man in a high position. I really don't. They still seem like a bunch of 1950 throwbacks to me. And with raccoons on the side. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
Yep. Make sure y'all do the same for Frontline Black News. Hilarious. So Tim Scott did all that buck dancing and sambone and tap shoeing. Thought he was gonna get picked as VP, and nope. The dump, as we've been calling all along, went with another white man. Where's VP? What are your thoughts on this, Lady Che?
Well, first of all, this is like, if anybody thought he was going to put anybody fucking Black anywhere, y'all are stupid in the first place. Black man is stupid. Dumb. I tell you what. He's just pandering the whole time. Pandering, leading on, pretending, whatever. If you watch the RNC, there's no Black folk in the audience. Where's Black Maggot? Where the Black Donald Trump
Where's Flash for Trump at?
Where they at? They weren't there. They weren't allowed in the building. You know what I mean? So the only Black people there were the fucking tokens and the motherfuckers holding the camera and occasionally a few old motherfuckers sprinkled in the crowd. That was it. That was all that was there. If you thought they did because he got a little motherfucking graze, not even a flesh wound, a graze by his ear was a real attempt on his motherfucking life. I mean, come on, that's stupid. Look at all of the surrounding shit. Like he got grazed, like a graze, like if a bee or a wasp was by his face. That's how close it was. Secondly, course not. Of course, you can't pander now to the black community. The RNC showed that you didn't even have black people there, really. You can't count the motherfucking speakers and motherfuckers holding the camera.
That was the most
motherfucking
day I've
speakers
seen.
and the motherfuckers holding the cameras, walking around, pointing them in white folks' face. And the motherfucking John James talking about if you're not black, or then he overheard somebody say, "You're not black, you don't vote Trump," or some crazy shit like that. Biden.
Yeah.
Come on, that's co-opted already. So stop. It was just pandering, like we said, pandering to the black people. And what happened? What happened at the RNC? Where's the black people in the crowd holding the signs? They weren't in there. They weren't in there.
Where the blacks for Trump at?
They weren't in the building, but you did see a lot of white folk, a lot of fucking white passing Texan fucking Hispanic folk in there, and that was that. That was that. So you saw the alleged mega team. You saw all the commercials, which no black folk were represented in them. Yeah, so you heard the fucking white cover band. That was pretty much it. I skimmed it, so I skimmed it.
Yeah.
And not because I wanted to hear white folk. Yeah, I didn't want to hear white folk talk, but I didn't want to hear the black folk talk either. Because they're talking about that they never it's never been racist country.
Oh my God, lies.
And all this extra shit. And so no, for the whole year y'all have been pandered to, and you've thrown your panties at him for what? Y'all weren't even in the building. Weren't in the building during the RNC. Well, he's sitting there looking like he's about to cry, and he's like, "Oh my God, they're talking about me."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was sitting right next to Byron and this motherfucker right here. JD Vance. Do I think JD Vance is gonna out debate motherfucking Homala? Homala? No. First of all, nobody even knows who JD Vance is. Secondly, Homala, man, I'm pretty sure he better eat his Wheaties. She's not that great of a debater, but that's not that great of an option either for fight back. So
I remember she was giving Biden that work before he picked her up.
Not only that, but I just think that the black vote or the black representation is going to be touching on your heartstrings in black church. It's not going to be represented. It's just going to be another, y'all just get tokenized and pandered to left and right, and it's okay. It's not okay. Obviously, you should feel stupid right now because you got pandered to for a whole motherfucking year. Oh, black people love me. They relate to me. But where are they? At the RNC.
They were nowhere to see found.
There's a big ass motherfucking stadium. You could fit not more than fucking 6 black folk in there. Not the bunch of the tokens. That's a big ass stadium.
Yeah.
That stadium was jam packed with white looking lobsters. Or red. Over there laughing at us every time. So every time somebody says our children can't read. Yeah, stop saying that. Like, of course they can. They just like to read the fucking computer screens and phones. Stop playing. And every time you say black children can't read, white people stand up and clap everywhere. That's the stupidest shit. So just stop saying things like that. But, who am I? What do I know, right? Optics. It's all about optics. Well, optics, black people were not represented at the RNC. Do not count the tokens. They are white.
Don't count the Byrons.
Definitely white.
And the John James.
John James. Definitely John James. Talking about, I overheard that you don't vote for Trump, you're not black. Are you serious? You overheard that as you're laughing and smiling in white folks' face? Are you serious? You said that in front of all the white folk, not black folk, white folk. A whole stadium of white folk. They were overheating, obviously real red everywhere, and occasional 6 or 7 black folk they showed on camera sprinkled in and out of that building. A whole stadium, 6 or 7 black folk there, including and not limited to the motherfuckers walking around with the cameras. And I said, "Hey, bruh, nothing." Okay, so I I didn't feel cheated. I felt like the RNC was did what the RNC usually does. It represents to the people they want to talk to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
White folks are, my pockets were empty for inflation. $5 gas. Woo, woo, woo. I mean, and like low key dropping tears and explaining that their husband died while on drugs. I guess white folk do drugs too, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, they suffer through the opioid.
Just look at Hunter.
Yeah, opioid problems too, right? Now they're trying to drop a tear and giggle on the way out. Stop it, man. This shit's fucking stupid. I don't know why y'all let yourself get tokenized. Well, that's over here.
Well, you tried, Tim Scott. You tried and failed.
Y'all threw panties at him for no reason.
You tried and failed.
Laughing at you hard, black, right? Mega tapes. Oh, Trump. Oh, Trump is so much better with Trump. Oh my God. Here's my penny. You get my black vote.
Oh
Yay. Yes. Come on, cuz. I told you I was black when you did that shit. You're like, why did he make it great? When was it great?
Right.
First of all, let's start with when was it great? And why he call out that German fucking shit. That shit was from Germany. Make Germany great again.
Yep,
Look
that was
up.
from Hitler.
You know what I mean? Look it up. So why you do all that? And why y'all fall for it? You know what I mean? So I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all. I don't give a fuck about Trump. And that little bee graze, little bee sting that he got on his little ear, it hit like, come on now.
He's Teflon Don now.
You really need that big old piece of gauze.
It's Teflon Don.
And everybody like, oh, yeah. Like,
the
he's trying to take his blood out. You think it like a G. He took what like a G? A bee sting?
The Democrats just
it was like a bee sting. Like it whisked past his ear.
Yeah.
Anytime we see Donald Trump swat a fly by his face.
Oh,
like for real.
Remember when that fly was on Pence's head?
No, for real. Like when you see it, like he swatted, like a swat like a fly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, he was shot. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Fired.
Come on now. I mean, and like, where was Secret Service and all that other shit? Like, fucking 8 Mississippis later. Let's play the game. Let's play the game. Like, matter of fact, y'all stupid for even going along with that program. So, you gave up your panties.
Okay, so
turn around, look back at it. Now turn around, look back at it, and be like, we weren't represented. Where the motherfucking co-op the motherfucking motherfuckers that wearing the Black for Trump shirts and shit like that, just showing out and twerking and shit. Where are them? Where them? I know the Latino Trumps were there.
Yeah.
the Latinos for Trump were there.
Yep.
They were 7-Eleven fucking Cornhusker hats and shit over there, smiling and acting agreeable. But where were the blacks for Trump stuff? Where were you super black Donald Trump actors at?
So Lady Che jumped ahead, y'all.
I can't help it, man. You got me turned up on this whole whack shit. This shit is fucking, oh my God. Turn around, look back at it, and throw your motherfucking panties up there. He represents our interests. He gonna make it great again. Oh my God. We can't wait till he makes it great again. All right, cuz, go ahead. Any devil will work. Any devil, okay? Just remember, they're the devil. Any devil will work. I'd rather have the motherfucker. I wouldn't even rather have it. Right now, for the next 4 months, let the drone talk for Biden. Let his drone talk. Because that motherfucker look alert and taut.
Oh, you mean
and fucking Donald Trump is highly represented by off-brand coons and tokens. Yep. And look, you black mega fans, y'all weren't invited to the white cookout. Mm-hmm. They weren't making hot dogs and burgers for you. Y'all weren't patriotic enough.
How many black people do we count?
Really, you weren't patriotic enough to get up in the building, huh? That's what it looked like.
But you're proud to be.
That's a big ass motherfucking stadium. And you mean to tell me they could fit more than 6 old black folk up in there? Sprinkle out next to the old white folk. Just explain that to me. Let me find out. Where another motherfucker black dude walk by in a dress shirt and feel us over the camera. Let me make it make sense. They let the help in, right? Because he filmed me.
Yeah.
He must be the help,
Mm-hmm.
right? But other than that, you got the 6 tokens, and they so close. They're so close to proximity to whiteness. They're super dark, milk chocolate melanated skin declined about of it, right? They're light skinned, they would have been right there. There wasn't. They're just dark chocolate. You hear it?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're just tokens.
Yeah.
They're so close to white city, the proximity of whiteness are like this. They can taste it. For real. That's serious. I mean, like, Trump looked at me today. Trump touched my hand. Trump dapped me up. I'm sorry. Trump shook my hand. He hugged me. He said, thank you. And I was eating the butter biscuits on the way there and back. That's stupid, man. Come on now. I can't take anybody serious at this point. I don't even want to hear another black Donald Trump fucking fan at all. At all. Because I'm like, oh, yeah? Where was you at the RNC?
Right.
I'll wait. Probably outside holding signs. I'll wait. You know, they didn't let you probably in the concessions. You serving the help. That's probably where all the black folks at. Concessions. Janitorial.
Oh, man.
That's where they were. Serving hot dogs, hamburgers with mayonnaise. You know what I mean? That's where you were. That's probably where you were. Oh, there's like, oh yeah, Trump, you gonna take it. Or you're just serving the white people sodas and shit. I bet you that's where everybody was. $20 says that's where everybody was. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Somebody find out if more black people were serving concessions and sweeping the floors and wiping down the bathrooms while the RNC was going on. Because sure as fuck, we're in the fucking seats. That's clear, man. Just any news that ran that shit will show you. There's like 6, 7 black folk in there. All dusty black folk. Everybody need lotion in there.
Everybody.
And that's what we do. We be counting them. We just are guilty of that. How many black folk were in the audience?
Yep.
We're guilty of counting black folk.
Like, where's Waldo?
Yeah, like, I counted 6 or 7, and that's because I skimmed it. I don't live in white folk talking to us about fucking what we don't have and children not reading and shit. You know, they love that every time they say it.
Mm-hmm.
Our children can't read. Oh, no, they can. They can. They read their phone and the computer.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. But you don't say they can't read.
According to Kathy Hochul,
don't say they can't read. They very much in the
can't
know.
Okay?
They ain't watching podcasts. They reading tweets and fucking other shit. But they read, okay?
They don't know what computer it is, according to Kathy Hochul.
That's stupid. That's stupid. She's stupid. They're probably like, where all the books have been banned and burned. So, yeah, we read our cell phones and shit. Okay, well, that's stupid. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started.
Closing thoughts on Tim Scott?
Fuck him.
Not getting the VP choice?
Oh, my God. Big old Tim Scott. Big old horse teeth. Fucking goofy, white bitch, having ass, looking ass motherfucker. Didn't even know him. All up in the church. I love him. She don't even know him. You don't even know her. Yeah, he probably a big actress. Oh, cuddle buddy ass. I wouldn't even. Does she look like she want to even be next to him?
No.
She look like a motherfucking like clear racist right there. She's like, oh, just because he talk nice. But she don't look like she let him hug her, touch on her, breathe on her. And he probably don't look like he want to do that either because he look gay as hell. So it's a partnership of convenience or whatever, just to make him look like, you know, he's a viable token or whatever the fuck that's about. But it's not real love. That's not even a real business relationship right there. Does he even look like he go to church? Like, come on now. You don't look like he do anything of that but kiss ass at the fucking during the presidential thing. Like, he too busy kissing ass, let alone go to church and deal with white propaganda. Do you think that lady's parents even let him in the house? Come on now. Like, I've been victim of racism and white supremacy a few times, and I'll tell you right now, those type of white folk don't even like it to the house. They really don't. They can get away with giving us food outside, they would. I believe I had a whole fucking white lady from they like the Ohio State, like way too much. Halliburton, like royalty, whatever you call it, right? Call me the N-word, hard R, for my white passing daughter. Right? Not my fault. It's just the way genetics works. White passing little girl. You know, she was barely 5 or 6. You know, so barely, just a little innocent thing. I had to turn around and ask me what that means. And I had to tell my little girl that eventually got taken away and raised by them, what that is and how bad that is. And me having to not stuff it down, but not try to react the way I want to react. Yeah. I'd be in jail. I should have been gone any motherfucking way earlier than she was. So, yeah, I don't like that shit. So, it's like I said, they could get away with feeding us outside or not letting us in the house. They would. So Tim Scott ain't going to nobody's motherfucking house. I get what he's talking about. Right.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Lady Chick. I agree wholeheartedly. To hell with Tim Scott.
Fuck Tim Scott too. Taping. Cloud shaving.
So the musty man, that shit I could always call him, is reportedly pledged $45 million a month to pro-Trump super PAC.
With Motific, you can build trustworthy AI quickly and in compliance.
He's not just making an Instagram play. Tonight, what I think is maybe one of the most significant plays is Elon Musk. Elon Musk tonight announced that he will be giving $45 million a month to a newly formed super PAC. And that's just cash. But think about, you have the man who controls formerly Twitter, now X, going out there saying, I'm openly supporting in a massive way Donald Trump. It was moments after the assassination attempt. You saw Elon Musk, who controls Twitter, putting up that photo of Donald Trump, on the platform. And one of the reasons it's noteworthy, Elon Musk is very, very close to J.D. Vance, as is Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
Just last week, I spoke to a major CEO in the AI space who said Elon Musk is laser beam focused on Donald Trump. Why? Because the next president, irrelevant of who it is going to control the fate of AI, which will change every bit of how we live. So to me, yes, we're talking about an Instagram play. We're talking about Amber Rose. When you have someone like Elon Musk today, make it public, he's giving this kind of money over the next 113 days. That is major. Could you have a shadow type president in Elon Musk getting what he wants from a Donald Trump? That's something we should be thinking about.
Yeah. So if Elon Musk is going to put up, 150 or $200 million is what he's talking about there that we know of, plus whatever he's already put in. And then you've got Peter Thiel, who spoke at the last Republican National Convention. Peter Thiel, an incredibly radical, incredibly controversial figure in American politics. I mean, to the point where, women shouldn't vote. We should form new countries based on floating shipping containers so that we aren't constrained by the terrible tyranny of an American constitution. I mean, like, Peter Thiel is as out there as you get. They gave him a speaking spot at the last convention.
Is his boy.
Exactly. Yeah. And Peter Thiel almost single-handedly created J.D. Vance as a political figure. He is the one who funded him becoming a senator. He tried to do it with Blake Masters in Arizona at the same time and with J.D. Vance in Ohio. He could not get there with Blake Masters. It didn't help that Blake Masters said he thought the most underappreciated thinker in American life was the Unabomber. That didn't help. But J.D. Vance was disciplined enough to not talk about his Unabomber beliefs, if he has them. But Peter Thiel is this guy. Peter Thiel created him in a lab. And so to have Peter Thiel own the vice president and to have Elon Musk own the president at a time when Donald Trump has personal financial liabilities in the hundreds of millions of dollars that are not going to go away because he is president. Mm-hmm. We are looking at a situation.
It's giving Harlan Crow. It's giving Harlan Crow.
But if you think about the amount of government contracts Elon Musk has through Starlink, not just with the U.S. government, governments around the world. He is so tangled, and now he could be in a position where he is sitting behind the scenes and getting exactly what he wants from a sitting president.
And this is why I'm saying Harlan Crow. I mean, if you think about the way that these billionaires are purchasing Supreme Court justices, purchasing policies that they want, purchasing the American government. And, you know, Elon Musk as a person, to go back to the Amber Rose, he is somebody who was sued by his own employees because they created such a racist environment inside of Tesla that people couldn't even stand to work there. There were parts of the factory that were called the slave quarters under him. He's somebody who said to Don Lemon when Don Lemon briefly had this show that was on Next, that's now not on it anymore, that the way to get rid of racism is to stop talking about it. And if you just would shut up about it, it would go away. I mean, his own views, he has opened Twitter up to Nazis and some of the most extreme views, to the point where a lot of sort of, you know, reasonable people have gotten off of it because it's so toxic and ugly. And of course, he would love to own a president. Of course, Peter Thiel would love to own the vice president. What we're seeing is the purchasing of the American experiment, the purchasing of the American government, multiple branches of it, and it's happening right in front of our eyes.
Unless the voters choose otherwise.
Yeah.
Still to be seen.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me, Rachel Maddow, Jen,
and all them. That would go. Okay, so before this RNC even kicked off, day one of it, there were several protests. So I'm going to play some of the videos on protests that was going on right before they had the Republican Reptilian National Convention.
Dad was murdered. Let's find out who killed him.
That's a look at convention protesters marching downtown. The protest began at Red Arrow Park.
12 News' Hannah Hilliard joining us live at Red Arrow Park. And Hannah, hundreds of people joined that march.
Deanna and Patrick, organizers estimate anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 people participated in today's protest. It started here at Red Arrow Park, and at times it did cross into that soft security zone to get as close to Pfizer Forum as possible. With a specific platform,
oppose the racist and bigoted agenda of the Republican Party.
Upwards of 3,000 people gathered at Red Arrow Park before marching to the site of the RNC. During its opening day in Milwaukee.
We are united on all of the points of unity, but the one we are representing is Stand with Palestine.
The organizers from across the country spent years working with Milwaukee police and city leaders, even going to court over their march route.
2 years in the making, but seeing all the people come out and showing a united front, that's what we wanted.
The protesters never entered the hard security zone where credentials are required, but they did get within earshot. Marching into the soft security zone. They stopped at MLK and Highland for speeches. With Pfizer Forum and its thousands of delegates and politicians inside in the background.
It's absolutely important that we call it out, that we be seen, because we're on the side of justice and equality, and we're here for each other, and we are the majority, and we have to make sure we turn out at protests and that we turn out on Election Day.
Now, Hannah, did Saturday's assassination attempt on former President Trump alter the event at all?
No, Patrick. So the organizers tell me with the convention going on as planned, they wanted to do the exact same. Now, as for any counter protesting, we did see some counter protesters here at Red Arrow Park as well as over at MLK and Highland, but I never witnessed any clashes.
Hannah Hilliard reporting live for us outside in Milwaukee.
At work, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
Yes, of course. I'm Uncle Sam. I know history.
So we have these people. So we have these people in power. The only options that we have are people who represent a system that exploits and oppresses us. Everybody say that ain't right.
Welcome back Go v. Hillary with Freedom Road Socialist Organization.
The reason both parties are inflicting violence every day on millions of black and brown people, throwing them in prison for crimes they did not commit.
July 15th, where will we be? Inside and south of the RNC.
Palestinian is not the problem. Trump is not the problem. Biden is not the problem. Yes, you have a problem with God.
Whose city? Our city. Whose city? Our city. No justice. No peace.
Hello, this is Telegram for the Real News Network here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And right behind me is a coalition to march on the RNC. They are marching for a variety of causes. It's an umbrella group for progressive causes, including protection of LGBTQ rights, protection of reproductive health rights, as well as to end the war on Gaza. So please stay tuned for more real-time updates.
Black Lives Matter, they are paid to travel the country and cause riots. Now, they haven't caused too many riots in the last year or so. They've calmed down, but they burnt cities like Oregon and Minneapolis and other places around the country.
So
something, hands, something, shit, and blood. I can't read the whole.
why do you think they're being
God hates hands, that shit, innocent. Yeah.
He said Black Lives Matter caused riots.
They've been quiet the past 2 years.
He was not
They
afraid to
get
be
paid to
there.
go and protest. I'm like, I never got paid. I wish I would have got
Oh my God.
paid. I didn't get paid.
paid to take such action?
Because they're useful idiot stooges like all communists want to use, and they find derelicts and a lot of homosexuals and sodomites and lesbians, and they pay them money to travel around and cause trouble.
I'm here to support President Trump. Oh, yeah. And a lot of them I've seen in different rallies. We hug, And I say, I'm anti-fascist too. Really? Yes, of course. I'm Uncle Sam. I know history.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. He said every undesirable thing in the world they find and promote it.
That's what he said.
Love.
Higher agenda. Our speakers today represent a broad movement against the entire Republican platform. We are marching on every Republican.
Lean back and watch things go by, but Blake's are used to standing up and saying no justice.
First of all, don't ever call us blacks. It's so stupid. To say black people are hard.
What do you say?
He said blacks.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I was paying attention because it sounded like.
Give it up for my brother over here, a brother in the struggle. If you were in Kenosha, if you heard of Kenosha, you know this name. Give it up for Justin.Blacc, uncle of Jacob.Blacc. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Justin.Blacc. And we've never stopped fighting. When we were born, our great-grandfather was a Pullman porter. My grandfather was a Tuskegee Airman. And my father, the late Jacob.Blacc, had already marched 3 times with Martin Luther King and gave money to Mandela when he was in South Africa. So maybe some people can lean back and watch things go by, but Blakes are used to standing up and saying no justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Now, if you want something done for your community like we want done for our community, some people got to finish their jobs. I was a Democrat and our whole family were Democrats for years. I'm an independent now, so you have to earn our vote. You have to earn our vote. We want people that are going to stop putting people in jail, spending money overseas, having lead pipes in Milwaukee. 30 seconds. We have to get out and vote for whoever is going to beat the orange-faced guy. We are talking about Trump. If you value your freedom like we value ours, there would be no fight if he hits the office. There would be a large gathering up of people corralling and being put and sent away. Like you're in Russia and they send you out to the gulag or whatever. We have to stand up, and the time is now to fight for your rights, not later. Not later, right now. We must stand up, get out and vote, encourage people to send him back with his racist, 34 criminal having convicted felon self. Nobody deserves like that to be our president. We've come too far. We're not going back. No justice. No peace. So get out and vote. Send this punk packing and let him know, him and all his racist buddies that thought it was okay to shoot our nephew 7 times in the back, that think it's okay to put prisoners in jail, torture them, and kill them, that think it's okay for Palestine to be going through what they're going through. If you tired of that, then get up and vote and shut your damn mouth. It's time to get the boots on the ground and get to the voting box. No justice. No peace. Big ups to the red, the black, and the green. Unity now. Free Jeff Ford. Thank you so much, Justin.Blacc.
There's another black speaker. Let's hear from Mandy. Mandy, have to say.
This is the counterpart to the Trump thing. So,
who spent that's 5 decades in prison for being wrongfully convicted. So what I do with my organization,
Apologies. Up next, welcome back, Jasmine Smith with C-Fest in Chicago. Jasmine.
What do we want? When do we want it? And if we don't get it? And if we don't get it? All right, so I just want to touch on this crucial point of where we at with these elections. We have a former president that has 34 felonies, and we had a Supreme Court that's granting presidents immunity now. I say shame, because we have survivors like my loved ones who spent that's 5 decades in prison for being wrongfully convicted. So what I do with my organization, the Campaign to Free Incarcerated Torture Survivors and Wrongful Convictions, is demand that Governor Pritzker get off his fat ass and move on the 2,000 clemencies that's sitting on this desk and been sitting for years of people who've been wronged by this unjust system. What we also demand is Kim Foxx, before she leaves office, move on cases that we know that they have no grounds or legs to stand on, that's proving their innocence of being wrongfully convicted. If they could grant immunity to corrupt presidents and give them the chance to convict crimes while our Lord was still suffering behind these God-forsaken slave ships. We say shame on this government and shame on America, and we will win. So join us now.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, with C-Fist.
Bullying of the black folk is not a real. What does it say? They don't bully anybody else talking.
Right, so I'm through black, but 2 black, that's 4.
Look at little devil eyes.
1, 2, 4. Foolish. Of the counter protesting. So we'll move into the stupid ass RNC. I'm gonna try to get to the key points.
Knock, knock. Hi there. I'd love to show you what a K-12 powered school is really.
Brian. Oh, what? Oh, God. Oh, God. No more Trump. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving us my life and health and strength, allowing me to be here and allowing us to live in this blessed and prosperous land. I am Mark Robinson. I am the first Black Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first Black Governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the 9th of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother. I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success, never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions. People like me suffered. I lost my car and my house. I was desperate. But you know, my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beard. He looked very stressed. He got in his car, and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped, because years ago, I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. It took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed and gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope. And I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up. We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first Black governor of North Carolina. As governor, I will not forget where I came from or the struggles of the people I meet. And you know, there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you. President Donald J. Trump. The brave heart of our time, President Trump had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low. People could afford homes. And we had a president who protected manufacturing jobs. Under President Trump, the American dream was alive and well. Under President Trump, there was hope. And we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the brave heart of our time, Donald J. Trump, to get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make America great again. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Wesley Hunt of Texas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Texas. Love you. Love you, Texas. A president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I understand that when you're given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation.
Today, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster.
I got a question for you. For the folks at home who don't know about campus yet, tell them how you describe campus to me.
Yeah. So
well, we can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House. Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home. Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime. And in less than 4 years under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back. We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment. I owe it to my two daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future. I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other two siblings. And I risked my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now, there's another man who is putting it all on the line to save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump. And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome U.S. Army veteran Representative John James from Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
Good evening, Wisconsin. Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in seriousness, didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job. Our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are two great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family, but I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never.
They raised you wrong, man.
Even though we have market blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me.
So you see, they say the stuff that if a white person said would be racist still, but they get the cool ass, bull-looking sandballs to say it for them.
I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home.
Oh my God.
By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident in the last year? Yep. Even if you weren't driving?
My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black.
Oh my God.
But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America is the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart, America is the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
To show families just how much more they're spending on gas under Biden and Harris than they did under President Trump, we placed these signs at gas pumps. When President Trump left office, gas cost
White folk at the gas pump. Oh my God.
only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon. is the highest historically it's ever been. It hurts my heart. It hurts my budget. It just hurts.
I've never seen it this high before, with the gas prices being the way that they are.
They're terrible. They're outrageous, overpriced.
Our paychecks are like a third of what they used to be just because of gas prices. We have to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all the way or am I going to buy a prescription?
Whenever Trump was in office, it took me about $45 to fill up, and now it's about $75 to $80. A lot of pain every time you go to the gas pump, and I know I'm not the only one that feels it.
Within my first year of driving, I'm having to deal with an average of 503 across the nation.
I feel it every time I fill up.
Well, it certainly affects my saving because it's hard to save when everything you're making is going.
The devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. Yes, he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama.
If you're looking for a cellular service that has a super reliable network without paying those
I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country.
Lies. Lies. America is a racist country. How are you talking about?
No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor Black kids trapped in failing schools, thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting, disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. And single moms and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting, disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a Black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Just the highlights, y'all.
Can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God.
So they have their black token. Now, of course, you know they gotta have their brown token. So that's the brown token.
It is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world. Gracias, gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants,
came over to eat off of us, off the country that we built. We wouldn't have nothing to get on a steamboat to go to.
he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you. Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values, values that include an unwavering faith in God.
Listen closely, Democrats. Y'all brought all these illegals over here thinking they was going to vote for you. And you clearly see they're not going to go vote blue no matter who.
And an abiding love of family and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums.
How about all the black children missing? What are you talking about? We still got 64,000 black women missing from 2019. The hell is he talking about?
Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad. And we have enough bad. We need some good. We need goodness. Was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's deja vu, although even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish. I'm sorry. The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy. Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them. Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country. He loves us, and he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom. And not the quicksand of government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible. He will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys.
Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones.
What was that conflict about? Oh. Slavery. And if they should keep it or not.
In order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids?
Yeah, where else would you go? It's a good question. Where else would you go?
No, I get there.
And you can thank us for that, motherfucker. When we built this country, we wouldn't have no country to flee to if it wasn't for us. Foundation of Black American Citizens for American Child Slavery. Freedmen, you're welcome.
And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you. And may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
USA, USA, USA. I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in the city with these people. And they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We love Trump. We love Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bobby Bartles Jr., business manager of Steamfitters Local 638.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians.
I ain't know better.
In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Woolman Ice Rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor, he wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
I just want to take a nap.
Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone. Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida.
Good evening, Milwaukee. You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard, and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you.
But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
I do want to make you proud, bro.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America. My name is Vanessa Fora. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old. Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuits of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen. I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God. Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more
so welcome to the club.
And more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics unemployment reached.
That's fucked up. That was a fucked up statement she just said. Rewind that check like 2 seconds.
I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God.
The image of white supremacist God, because that is.
Sweet baby blood, she's shaking his head.
You damn sure ain't talking about black Jesus.
No.
Like
No.
Russia. We worship black Jesus.
Hey.
That's what Putin said.
Give out that thing like, look here.
What's black Jesus?
How about Super News at the vault too, so you can look.
So you don't think I'm making
Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump.
a shithole country.
That feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America.
Are you saying that America's a shithole country on the bio?
Trump said it. Dude, Trump was the one that said it.
Shithole country.
Right. What are you talking about? Oh my God. That was a statement of the lifetime.
Besides, if you got, I heard if you ain't black,
you vote for Trump, you're not black.
Yeah, not black if you don't vote for Trump.
You said, just started to feel like I'm back in Latin America. I'm telling that, like,
I'm gonna tell
oh my
baby.
God, the Constitution and the war, 35 cents. I started to feel like I'm begging.
Like Colombia?
Stop it, Peru.
Peru?
Just Chris, Jesse. I'm barely listening to the shit that we got. Like, put together.
South America.
Pull it together.
There's a lot of countries in South America.
She said Peru. She said 9 years old. She said she started to feel like she's back in Latin America.
Yeah. What she's talking about is South America.
Hot boys. Okay, carry on, hurry up.
Hispanics unemployment reached record lows and our income reached a record high. To my fellow Hispanic Americans and to all Americans, if you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November.
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God.
I'm like, Charlie Kirk, the prize is white nationalists outside.
Overtly white extremists. Now,
Oh, God.
I was just trying to point out the tokens.
Yeah, Europe's like at least 5 or 4.
Yeah.
All the ones we crumble
So
on.
here's one of the dump makes his grand appearance. With the guys. You keep saying it's a band-aid, but it's guys.
A whole piece of glass.
Today, because the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Don't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA. We are here tonight in one purpose, and that is to elect Donald J. Trump as the next president of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, please welcome Donald J. Trump. Oh, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Oh, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up Next to you in the picture still today. There ain't no doubt that love is living. God bless the USA. Mr. President.
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
For this hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when
I missed one.
Left is struggling.
American Linda Fornos.
Years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do. In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden economy is driving prices through the roof. Rent, gas, groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to save for their future while barely managing their basic needs. I'm living that same struggle every day. Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs, and the other holds down 2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our open borders are making this problem worse. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling.
The fact is that illegal immigration hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math? Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies. He, she, they, them. I have expected my son to come home with a diploma in advanced day 10 theory. Life was completely different under President Trump. We prosper. To my beloved Latino community, it's time to wake up and smell the cafecito. In 2020, I made a mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room. In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
We thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed. You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it. Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land.
When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you.
So they had
all harmony.
They had obviously a Catholic bishop, and then they had a sheik, Muslim token as well.
In danger. Grant that we
thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane Sarbatta Pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
Senator Vance, congratulations. President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
So that's how you get nominated. No matter what party, but this is how the Republicans do it. So they nominated the Dump, the Teflon Don, and they had a lot of so-called diversity. Wouldn't you agree, ladies? Like 4, 5 raccoons, 2, 3 coconuts, a couple apples, and I'm not even talking about food, y'all. Highlights. Favorite highlights.
Let's say they can hold my attention but you fall asleep. I'm real struggle to wait through all that. Because this date is they're on their I don't know. I'm not disappointed with it. It's just like same old shit.
Just have people that look like us or folks to us regurgitate the same talking points. Because I know goddamn well if they said that shit, it would be racist. So they get a bunch that look like us to regurgitate that same shit. And poor Brian Daniels and fuck Tim Scott. Tim Scott was doing all that buck dancing to get that spot for vice president. And lo and behold, you get the white boy, J.D. Vance, who, if I'm not mistaken, comes straight out of like the Oath Keepers and the insurrection crew. There's a lot of controversy about him when he was running in Ohio back in the midterms. All right, I'll move this along. So that was day one of the RNC, so we'll keep y'all updated on that. Yeah. Now get into Tim Coon Scott. That's time looking individual, what she about to say. Tim Scott defends Trump's black jobs comment. So Lisa's gonna give us the update on that.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going.
In these challenging economic times, finding a stable, well-paying job is more challenging than ever. But remember, God has given.
Come out and defend Donald Trump being the good raccoon that he's always been up until now. So he feels compelled to do an interview and kind of elaborate on Donald Trump saying black jobs during the debate, I think many of us are starting to move on from that, but not Tim Scott. He needs to sit down in front of the cameras and do his black jobs. So let's get into this story. Tim Scott defends Donald Trump's black jobs remark during the last debate. So Republican Tim Scott continues to defend Donald Trump. This time, the South Carolina senator claimed that the criticism Trump has received for the remark made during the presidential debate on June 27th is misdirected. During a July 12th interview, Scott said that Trump was actually trying to defend his record on job creation. That is not what he was doing at that moment. That is not what he was doing. I watched that debate. So Tim Scott is being the typical lying politician. Don't believe what you saw and heard. Believe me. So according to the Huffington Post, Scott offered up a defense that when Trump said that those coming into the country were allegedly taking black jobs, the former president really meant, let the drum roll, please, created jobs for black people. Well, I would like to know, Tim Scott, what are created jobs for black people? Please elaborate on that so we all can understand what a created job for black people really actually is. What is it? A job sweeping up and mopping up and dusting? I mean, is that what you call a black job? Okay, so what are specific jobs for black people that Donald Trump created? To me, you're digging a deeper hole for him. This is really not helping. I think what he meant was the fact that 2/3 of the jobs created went to African Americans, Hispanics, and women. This is what Scott said. I think we should take a whole look at the picture, and I don't think that happens. Well, I think you should stop lying in front of the cameras because that's not what Donald Trump was talking about in those moments during the debate.
Except other than being a token.
So he goes on whining about how the media, they always distorting my picture. They're trying to lie about my record, he told the outlet. So he's sitting there whining like a little bitch. So anyway, before adding that it's incredibly unfortunate that the media makes Black success stories today about liberal success. Actually, no, they don't. The media don't do Black success stories. They do white success stories, and they may throw one in a few times a year, but that's it. They don't do that. The media has spent its entire time destroying our reputation, destroying us, and lying heavily about us to the entire world. But success stories, no, U.S. media don't do those kind of stories on the Black population. They never have and never will. So anyway, Scott was not the only Black conservative. So, there were others, Deontay Johnson, another one trying to defend Black jobs. So, Deontay Johnson was just doing his Black job for Donald Trump. So he meant the jobs of Black people. And we've been using the term for a while. Johnson told the outlet, okay, wait a minute. Y'all been using the term Black jobs for a while. When?
Right.
So then he goes on to say it's any job instead of Black people having unlimited accessibility to all types of jobs. Illegal immigrants are taking their jobs from them. That is not what Donald Trump said. And as for unlimited access, we have never had unlimited access to the jobs in America. That's why the boardroom still is primarily all white. Okay, that's your proof right there. And the higher you go up the ladder within many of these companies and corporations, the less of us you see. So no, the accessibility has never been unlimited for us. That's a lie. Despite Johnson's defense of Trump's.
If you're an eyeglass wearer like me, then you need to go to iBuy Direct. I went a little crazy recently and got not one, not two, not three, but 4 new pairs of prescription lenses. I love shopping with.
Statement, Michael Blake, the founder and CEO of Cairo's Democracy Project, placed the onus on those who believe in diversity to defend its merits from fear-mongering. It's the responsibility for us to tell the story of the benefits of diversity. Well, this country is getting rid of DIE, so why are we continuing to talk about diversity? I'm just asking. On one instance, you are getting rid of DEI. You're getting rid of DEI. And then on the other hand, when it's convenient, you try to talk about diversity. It doesn't work. So if you don't want DEI, then stop talking about diversity altogether. Why do y'all keep talking about it?
It don't make no damn sense.
All right? Stop talking about it. And the notion that those people are taking from you is a fear-only message, as opposed to asking, how do we all win? Well, many of us, so you mean all of us, including the illegals? How do we all win? Some of y'all need to stop interviewing these folks, for real.
Seriously.
So anyway, in contrast to Scott's statement, however, the media is not to blame for the Republican Party's negative reputation. Well, in my opinion, both parties got a negative reputation. The Democrats and the Republicans, both of you, got a poor track record with the Black community.
Right.
Both of you have not gone above and beyond to address our issues. Both of you consistently avoid the topic of reparations, qualified immunity, any topic pertaining to our community, you try to avoid. Now, the one that y'all both will gladly talk about is HBCUs. And the vast majority of us are not in an HBCU. So when you focus on that, you're still missing the majority of the segment within the Black community. But that's what you will do. But it's no surprise that Tim Scott attempted to make this defense and fell flat on his face as usual. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video. Peace.
If it don't, it's reselected, which is looks like he might well be. But either way. We still gonna continue to mess up the text before I vote. We're just not giving a whole lot of days long. So his opponent, Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, Glitching Joe, Dementia Joe, is obviously crashing out. So my brother Black Star TV is gonna get up there on that.
You're going to have an unending influx of immigrants into the country. And that's what Dr. Price is talking about. And nobody, no Black politician, no Black organization wants to deal with that issue. They will avoid it at all costs, even though in their hearts they know that's one of the biggest problems with Black folks. We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the #2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being #2. You're going to go down and become #4. Now, common sense, even a third grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were #2,
Peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. Come in and hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. If you already subscribed, I appreciate all the love and support. Now, family, listen. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, because I'm happy that he will actually be alive to watch the Democratic Party crash and burn.
Right.
Man, that is so fulfilling that we were able to make this happen for him, because we, the grassroots, yes, y'all as well, the new Black media has all destroyed, totally destroyed the Democratic Party. Now,
Sure did.
family, if you've been watching the news lately, you've seen Biden. He only had one more time to mess up. I'm telling you right now that they are about to get this guy out the paint. You had George Clooney, which was his biggest donor, already go public saying that he didn't want him running anymore. Mind you, he just did the largest fundraiser in presidential history,
$50 million
for Joe Biden, and still he's saying, yo, I need son to step down. Yo, so watch, family. And it's all because they see the same thing we see. But I have a different take on why Biden constantly keeps messing up. See, my take is different than everybody else's. So I'm going to play the video first and let y'all see how he messed up. And then I'm going to tell y'all exactly how or why he's messing up like this. Because I don't think it has to do with his age. I don't think it has to do with dementia whatsoever. I'm going to explain why.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. I think she's not qualified to be president. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Right.
family, this nigga done gone crazy. Now, my explanation isn't that he's suffering from dementia. My explanation is that nigga was tucking them crack pipes he was passing out in 2020. Smoking them krills on the low. Yeah, nigga, I had a couple aunts and uncles on crack, nigga. They say, hey, Candace, Willie, Steven, they call you every other name in the book. You feel me? So that's my solution. He don't got dementia. That nigga smoking them crack pipes he was passing out in 2020. And I know 2022, and I know that you niggas forgot about that. I know y'all forgot about Biden passing them crack pipes out. Now, listen, if this nigga worked at McDonald's, they would send him home early, family. Let's be for real.
Yeah.
You can't, this nigga can't work a cash register.
No.
Yo.
Oh, shit. What you smoking?
This is sad that we even allowing the optics of us to see this and our enemies to see. Like, yo, they weak as hell over there. Now, I'm going to tell you, as a person who's been to prison multiple times, when people see that you're weak, they coming for you. Oh, they coming for you. And trust me, our enemies see how weak we are. Absolutely, they see how weak we are. But see, this, they could have, but see, this election is crazy because like I said, the Democrats, they could have avoided all this. One, you could have just picked a better candidate from the door. Like I always been saying, when he first ran against Trump, I remember that Kamala Harris was up. This is when they was all trying to see who was going to run for president in the Democratic Party. That's when they had all those nominees in 2020. Yo, I remember Joe Biden didn't even decide to run yet. If y'all remember this, Joe Biden didn't even decide to run yet, right? I believe Kamala Harris had the most had the most votes at the time, or well, the polls were showing that people would probably, she would be more likely to be the choice of president, to run for president for the Democrats. Yo, out of nowhere, Joe Biden says he's entering the race, and then he just shoots up to #1. I was like, that's bullshit. Nobody likes Biden. Nobody. And when you had all those choices, you was never going to ever make me believe. And at the time, Obama didn't even what you call that, like vouch for him yet. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say, oh, I'm backing him. He didn't do nothing. He didn't support him at the time, or sponsor him, or whatever you want to call it, right? He didn't back him at that time yet. He didn't back him later until after they kind of already knew he was about to win the nominee part. Yeah. But again, nigga, that was all a fix and a finesse. I was saying that back in 2020. Like, nigga, you tell me that all these people, it was like 20 Democrats. Yeah. He still got the nominee. Then he gets in there. Now he's fumbling, dementia. They knew all of that. That's why I see, because I always remember stuff. When Trump debated Biden the first time, not this year, talk about 2020, he used to call him Sleepy Joe then. So they knew about his condition back then. Because if Trump knew, everybody else knew.
Yeah. Make me go sleep.
They knew he was on a decline. They still wanted that because, again, you're not elected, you're selected. We already know this. So again, again, I believe that the Democrats messed themselves up from the door. Mm-hmm. Even throwing him out there in the first place. You should have just went with somebody young before. You wanted to let Biden be the president because he had so many years and he did all the stuff, all the little anti-black moves y'all wanted him to do. Yeah. So y'all, this was y'all reward for him. Let him be the president and then let him ride off into the sunset. But yeah, man.
Sleepy Jim Crow?
Biden is done. Biden is done, and shout out to Dr.
like
Claude
something,
Anderson, because I'm telling you, family, it is so fulfilling to know that Dr. Claude Anderson will watch them crash and burn, and it be because of foundational Black Americans.
That's right.
Dead ass, man. This was us, family. Y'all should be proud of yourself. You should always, 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 always know that it was you and us being on code to make them crash and burn, man. Peace, love, and reparations. Please hit that subscribe button. Hit the Cash App as well. That's $W.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all do the same from Black News.
All right.
Appreciate you, man, Black TV. All right, y'all thoughts for you, Jay? On what?
I have a serious thought, man. With Black
Black Star, excuse me.
Black Star 2.0 looking at me like that.
Okay, so
I'm fucking him.
About Super Jim Crow.
Oh, fuck him.
Well, obviously.
Let the drone finish the last 4 months.
The drone.
The clone looking hot.
The clone. The clone. His
clone has Stephanopoulos.
His wife
or whatever the fuck.
Treated him after the second one.
He was engaging. He was smoking. His socks matched. His hair matched. I mean, that motherfucker was like 10, and he didn't match. He didn't look like a fucking cave motherfucking zombie. He was right. Taut.
Is she a brain surgeon too?
Anywho.
His wife.
Who?
Jill.
His wife had it together.
Jill
Look at him walking him off like, shh, it's gonna be okay, Joe. Right. Let the drone do the rest of the work.
The clone.
Whatever, but
like they clone Tyrone.
that motherfucker, they unplugged him, they put him in the sun for like 20 minutes.
Biden.
You know what I mean? Let him do his work. Don't let the other one out. The other one obviously needs naps and a well-rounded breakfast.
Having way too many senior moments.
Mm-hmm. Colonel Butters needs to go back in.
Tripping up the stairs. Who trips?
Colonel Butters does not need to speak.
You usually trip down the stairs, not up.
Who cares? Colonel Butters does not need to talk no more. Colonel Butters' replacement clone need to come upstairs, stand in the sun for about 10 minutes, with his little vape in his matching socks, his little one button open shirt shit, and sit down and
George Snuffs. Did you hear what George Stephanopoulos said after that interview?
What could he say?
He's not fit to be president.
That motherfucker had the best conversation with him. He was lucky he had that conversation. Of course, you could say that. You gotta stay with his narrative. But that was the best time to talk to motherfucking Biden. That was the only time it made sense. I barely listened to it. I was just looking at the body language like, huh.
He was just he's falling off his bike, all kinds of shit.
Huh?
He said the man fell off.
He's 82 years old.
Just standing though. He wasn't even on it. He was just
82 years old, fall off your bike. 82. God. Yeah. Give a break, man. You know they're clumsy.
There comes a time when you just need to sit on that.
You're talking about non-rhythmic, clumsy, flabby white folk.
You seen them at that bootleg barbecue.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kizzy. I don't pay attention to that shit.
When they were playing,
I'm not even listening to it. I got rap music playing in my ear 24/7. They're speaking.
Everybody was moving, but him.
Barely listening to you now talk about it.
Look,
I'm listening to rap music as you're speaking right now because it sounds like weird shit.
Billy Porter on there.
I don't know. Billy Porter. Oh my God, Billy Porter.
Auntie's movie.
Did Billy Porter kiss the ring or some shit?
He did all that.
Yeah, I don't know. That really might be.
His husband divorced.
Fuck him. That's all I gotta say about that. Fuck him.
Okay, so
I got 4 months to play the part. Shit.
It's Biden gonna make the 4 months.
He ain't going to where he said.
He doubled down.
You said.
I ain't
The
leaving.
more he says, motherfuckers get fired. So keep eyes on that.
Well, their convention is next month.
No, hey, you're not paying attention. Obviously, you didn't see what's been going on.
Yeah, they're trying to replace him. It's very obvious.
No. Carry on with your little show.
They are trying to
You're
replace
not on game here. I ain't tell me what I'm talking about yet.
him.
I can't hip you to it because then
He said if Biden is good, have him hit the seawall, cuz.
Oh my God.
People
What are we talking about?
Great grandpa shuffleboard now.
You can't do that. Leave him alone. He's a fucking old ass man. You only got 4 months to go.
Yeah, he said it's good.
Ride it out.
Seawall. Nah, he's not going to do
There.
seawall.
Just a chair take this.
He's not good. He wasn't even dancing at that damn bar.
He barely even knew where he was. Anyway, moving along. He's not dancing nowhere. None of them fuckers next to him can dance. Let it go. Let it go. They only got 4 months to play the part. That's it. 4 months. That's all people got. 4 months to really play the part and let it go. We already know where it's gonna go. It's already predetermined. That other motherfucker that everybody wants so far is gonna be back in office, and that's it. That's it. So I know why we're even discussing it. That's it. It's been predestined for the last year.
We're discussing it because it's election season.
And it's a worthless discussion, really. It's already selected. It's already done. The job is done.
So they're gonna select it though.
It's done. I don't even know why anybody's gonna go vote. It's done. They'll put in whatever figures they want to. They'll move it however they want to. Your vote allegedly counts. Woo, 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 woo. It's done. It's done. We have no real choices. It's clear. It's done. Nobody's gonna take that spot for him. They didn't let nobody have a chance to. It's a wrap. So why are we even having discussions? We should talk about other more important shit.
You have a whole show what we can talk about.
No, because it's whack. It's boring. It's whack. It's stupid. Talking about some motherfucker they already selected, fucking even before he announced that he was gonna run. They selected his ass to be the president like 3-4 months before he even ran, before he even announced his run. And then shut everybody else out.
Yeah.
So it don't fucking matter. No matter what we say, and this little motherfucking wind graze against his ear, you know what I mean? That's like a major thing, like a major thing. Come on now. Like for real. He's outside in a fucking hot ass area. You get a bit of bee or something. A wasp. That's how insignificant that graze, that alleged assassination attempt was. With nobody around. You know what I mean? Like 6 Mississippis later. Come on now.
8 gunshots. So.
It don't matter. He didn't get hit. No, his ear got touched lightly. Lightly. A little kiss against the ear. Like a little whisper in the wind. You know what I mean? Come on now. There were actual presidents that took many little rounds and still made it. Your brother was giving me a whole dialogue yesterday.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Motherfucker took like 3 rounds to the chest and still lived.
Yeah, that was
This motherfucker was like a little kiss of wind against his ear. And he brushed it off like a bee. Hey, come on now. His life was in danger. Yeah, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, okay. We all saw the same shit. Motherfucker, white folk not hiding or ducking or nothing. Just standing there, no runoff. You know what I mean? One extremely melanated brother sheltering somebody in the back. Extremely, very like, it's all stupid. It's what, I'm over it.
So they just,
I'm over it.
they just read.
I don't want to talk about Biden anymore. Like, but the more they hate on Biden and say, you know, motherfuckers holding 90 million in their donorship, George Clooney of all motherfuckers is going to determine who the president is going to be. I mean, this is whack.
And Elon Musk.
Elon Musk and motherfucking Oh, fucking
Harlan Crow.
No, what is it? I want to say Dustin Hoffman, but Robert De Niro.
Oh, Robert De Niro. Yeah.
Robert De Niro got a thing against Trump. You know, it's all whatever. I don't give a fuck about none of that, but I do give a fuck about how many workers are getting fired. We're talking about it. We're talking about Biden. Biden.
Sister got fired yesterday for saying she's disappointed that it was just that. What she called it? Bullet in the wind.
Well, I just said kiss on the ear by the wind.
Kiss on the ear.
Yeah, by the wind. The wind kisses the man's ear.
She said she was disappointed. It was just that.
Right.
She wanted more than that. She wanted him, dead.
But I don't know if you can say all that. Like
she did say that.
But like I'm saying, like this. It was. We don't see more shit, more dramatic shit.
Ski Kamala Harris ain't gonna get it, Jay. You already know, cause you from
California. That's all.
She was bad news in California. Bad news all around.
They saying that because of the debate
and passed all around.
The upcoming debate with JD Vance. Everybody's like, she gonna mop the floor with him. I'm like, well, she probably got a little bit more time with it. However, it don't really matter.
Cousins agreeing with you. He said Trump got a little flesh wound.
Not even a flesh wound. It was like a barrel, like a cut, like a paper cut.
JFK or Lincoln or even
right.
Reagan. Yeah, Reagan did.
Yeah, Reagan didn't Reagan take, like my brother give me a whole education about this morning. We're giggling about him. This mad rounds. It took like 3. And made me a believer. My friend said, "Oh my God,
I know.
You're trying to take him out. Oh my God, oh Lord, he took it out. He took it like a G.
He's a racist
woo, 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 woo. Yeah, I thought that for the first second until I seen the footage. And I was like, took what like a G? Like that's like you swatting a fucking bead next to your ear while you're talking off the thing. Or like I remember here filming something, a fly got in my room and it's like pestering me. I batted like a fly. Like that's how he did it. You know what I mean? So I don't really take it seriously. None of that shit was serious to me. They're like, he walking out of the RNC like, I'm here. I've made it. And a big ass piece of gauze and masking tape. Come on, guys. It wasn't that serious. You don't even need a band-aid at this point. Throw some Neosporin on it and call it good.
His ear might still be bleeding.
What? It wasn't leaking like that. It wasn't leaking, y'all. It was barely leaking. He got a little bit of blood like on his face. He acted like his whole ear got blown off, or like when Mike Tyson bit over.
Yeah.
Right.
Holyfield.
Yeah. Holyfield. It was Holyfield, right?
Yeah. That.
Mike Tyson bit over, right? If I remember correctly, yeah. You see how much blood that was? This is just like a little bit, just enough to where that's a little tissue right there. That's a little clean pool.
He said a flesh wound.
Yeah, it barely touched him. I mean, and he was like, "Do what you do."
While he's holding his fist up.
No, he's the one who threw it. He's the one who said everybody get down. Nobody was around. You would pay attention to the whole thing. Watch the whole thing. And then when they came,
we watched different videos. Because TV Hip Hop went over this. I went over this last night. You missed the show last night.
No. I was on something else. I told you I'm not on something else. I didn't even know you were over there doing it. So, again, I didn't communicate that.
I don't know. You don't know.
I didn't communicate that. You're supposed to be over here, Jesse. Not over there.
I had a flood in my apartment.
Again, didn't communicate
that I had to attend to. I did. You didn't check the message from your phone.
I did. You didn't say nothing like that. Move along. Don't even matter. Don't even matter. I was watching different shit, so I saw the whole thing. I got the gist of it. Move along. TD Hip Hop did what now?
He showed the different video footage of it.
Mm-hmm.
He even showed the stage and the whole layout.
Yeah, there's a lot of different shit going on. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
a lot of different perspectives. Noted. Yeah.
So I don't think it was staged.
Who said it was staged?
But that's what people were saying.
Well, people are stupid. Either way, he didn't need to do all that. That's the dumbest part about saying it's staged. Staged would mean like he needed to do that because he was lacking in polls. No, he didn't need to do none of that. So it was staged. Because there's another Republican saying he hates Republicans. He hates Donald Trump. Ooh, ooh, that's it. You hear me? Some white dude fucking mad at the party. Simple as it was very easy to understand for me. Very easy to understand. I don't even know why anybody would say it was staged. That's dumb. He didn't need to. He didn't need to. If anybody needed to stage something, it would have been Biden.
Right.
So
they didn't stage a hit.
They didn't even stage that. You know, so if anybody needed a fucking boost in polling, and that's how you had to go get it, it'd have been Biden. But you riddle me this, you know, the 2 times that the motherfucking security for old Homala got attacked, you know, that wasn't talked about. Or when I wasn't talking about like this, or what about when Vivek almost get ran over and his own motherfucking shit.
Yeah, Florida.
Yeah, nobody really want to talk about that, right?
We did though.
Yeah, we chatted about it because you know he had to jump out of traffic. That motherfucker almost got hit. He turned around and looked like, oh yeah, there's a tip of my life.
Campaign card, yeah.
Right, but the two times is like back to back where Homala's motherfucking security got attacked right there while she tried to get in the car, or when Biden's car got hit too, right? And Biden's car security got hit too, at nighttime. Something like that, if I remember. All in 1 year, nobody gave a fuck. So you clearly see that he's that Trump's the motherfucking favorite. Of
all that happened because
1 year.
What
One year.
What did Hogan do? What did that racist white supremacist do?
I don't know. What the fuck did he do?
He said on a side note, did we see what Hogan did to that sister?
Oh man, I kind of skimmed it, but he's a racist. Like if that same motherfucker could be hugged up with black folks and still talk shit. Mm-hmm. He's a racist, so who knows what the fuck he said. I kind of saw it on Newsbreak a little bit. I skimmed right past it. So I don't know what he did.
All right, so moving right along. We got your boy Byron. We thought he was gonna get
your boy. That's your boy.
That's not my boy.
Yeah, it's your boy. That's your boy.
Never played with him.
Yeah, he ain't my boy. Shit.
So we got Florida GOP Republican representative Byron Donalds. That's the one that said that.
That's all I said today.
I did agree with him. He said we were better off under Jim Crow, but
what was he talking? Yeah, like we just listened to a little bit on the RNC, and I forgot what the fuck he said, but it wasn't.
He said if you got the other one said if you ain't black, if you don't vote for Trump or some stupid shit, guys.
He said I overheard them say.
My name is Tyler Devereaux. I'm invited.
You're black. we're all man, don't get me started. Jesse, stop. Stop.
So his wife has come out and exposed him for the lying fraud he is.
Right.
And controversy unfolds. So Lisa's gonna do
You just don't want that in your life. Let's put it this way. You do not want
his wife,
your controversial in-house relationship to come out and be like, you know what, cuz you's a fraud. You know, cuz you don't want that in your life, man. Just behave.
It was a cave baby too.
Just behave. Like you don't want that shit to come out and be like, he the blah 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 blah. Later on, while you trying to do something with your political life, that shit is a bad look. It's horrible.
So I guess that's around where they used to live. Paul also.
At Mercedes-Benz of Westminster, we offer nothing but the best. The luxury vehicles crafted by Mercedes-Benz.
Works, then I will put that out. So those of you that are interested in naturally reversing your gray without using dyes, you probably can do it the natural organic way and avoid using any kind of hair dye. So those are the things that are coming, and I know I'm excited.
who she was. She lied.
And I want to thank all of you that have come over to my Etsy and Walmart stores and showed your support and left your feedback. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you.
3 white girls.
And nothing has gone unnoticed. Yes, it's going to reverse white hairs, gray hairs.
Does he look like?
And it should work in about a month. In about a month, you should notice the gray hairs are getting darker. Now, another thing I want to say is in my hair elixir, I have vanilla. And vanilla is known, like if you got like blonde dye in your hair, it will gradually darken the blonde. But you know, we as Hebrews know what blonde hair is. And I doubt if many of us are walking around with blonde hair.
You know what I mean? So,
but it will turn your hair, your dyed hair, if it's a light color, it'll gradually start darkening it.
Apply to do any kind of representation for a motherfucking open white supremacy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I mean, you can use this on your hair, and if men with beards that are a little gray, you can use this on your beards.
That's daddy.
All right. So let's get to Byron Donald. Byron Donald, the Republican from Florida, who never have anything decent to say about the Black community because he's just your raccoon. Well, he's been married twice.
I didn't read it.
And I don't need to tell you that neither one of these women were sisters, right? So let me go ahead and share my screen.
A job under like Hulk Hogan. Come on now, look at it.
All right. So, you know, this dude with his attitude and how he feels and talks about the Black community, it's not hard to guess that whatever he's married to ain't melanated. Okay, it's not hard to make that guess. So his ex has come out to pretty much say he ain't nothing but a big liar. He literally lies about everything.
You know what I mean? So
this is what his ex-wife is saying, and this is his ex-wife right here with him. I guess this was the day they got married back in the day.
That's the problem.
So let's get into what she has come out to say about her former man here. All right, can everybody see the screen? Please give me a 1 if you can see the screen. Well, I mean, he outbeat, you know, Brandon, he is a buck dancer, and this is what buck dancers do. They marry somebody that don't look anything like them or the people that they come from. That's what, you know, that's what a raccoon do.
What do you do? For what?
Thank you.
Lying.
Thank you.
For what?
All right.
He wasn't married to no sister.
So
she really exposed.
Byron Donald, his first wife, has come out to let everybody know what he really truly is. And some of the stuff ain't going to surprise you, but some will. Now, some of our people have said, oh, he's a tether. He's got a Jamaican. He's from Jamaica, you know, he's a tether.
Right.
Well, his ex-wife is saying that's a bunch of BS. He goes around and just tell people he's Jamaican, but guess what? He ain't a Jamaican.
Okay, what is
not according to his ex-wife. It's just some BS he goes around saying.
Well, then why would you say that?
So let's get into it.
Well, don't nobody do the
so
don't nobody do his research out there.
We know that Byron Donald is in line to be a possible VP pick for Donald Trump, you know, along with Tim Scott and others. So his ex-wife exposes Byron. She said her ex-husband ain't nothing but a pathological liar. The Florida representative, Byron Donalds, has found broadcasts of critics in his race to become Donald Trump's vice president pick, but one name in particular stands out from the crowd. his ex-wife, Bisha Hall, who believes that his far-right bid is super dangerous. In an interview with the Florida Trident, Hall described her former husband as opportunist. He's that kind of person, as someone unafraid to create, elaborate lies in order to achieve his end goal, such as pretending to be from Jamaica in order to score a date with her during their freshman year at Florida A&M University. She said he literally lied about being a Jamaican. And so all that Jamaican stuff ain't real. Boy is homegrown here from America, not Jamaican, but he lies and says he's Jamaican. I mean, think about that. Who the hell does that? If I'm not from the islands, why would I say I'm from the islands?
Why would you? Right.
I mean, who does that?
Right. So where is he from for real?
So anyway.
I mean, he's been in office for a minute.
He was trying to fill a void and get what he didn't have, Hall told the publication. According to Hall, Donald's wasn't politically active whatsoever during their 8-year on and off again relationship, except when he registered to vote as a Democrat in Tallahassee, Florida. So I guess that's around where they used to live. Hall also contested Donald's account of his run-ins with the law. Now listen to his police record here. According to the congressman, he was arrested in 1998 for possession of marijuana. And then the following year for bank fraud. He served no jail time for either offense, and the second charge was expunged, meaning no details of the case are publicly available.
Criminal conviction.
But this dude talks trash about the Black community, and he got that kind of background.
He looked like he smoked weed.
But according to Hall, Donald was arrested for the first time for marijuana possession with intent to distribute, and a second time for stealing while working at his campus bookstore. So she said there's more crimes he actually committed that people don't know about. See, Donald's told you about 2 crimes. She's saying there's more.
Yeah, stolen some shit out.
So this dude was nothing but a straight up criminal.
Don't lie. Tell the truth.
You know, but now he's trying to walk around and act like he's better than somebody.
Exactly.
Hall was reportedly reluctant to go on the record about her time with Donald's, but became willing to make a statement after she saw her former partner grandstanding for Trump, a politician that she believes is fundamentally a bad person. So she's calling Byron Donalds, her ex-husband, a bad person. And she's literally letting you know you should not all the way trust this guy. And just listening to the criminal record, I would think not a lot of people would want to be around him.
What? It's just a man.
Trump has, after all, bragged about, assaulting women, and was found by a jury to have raped E. Jean Carroll, fueled and refused to stop the January 6th insurrection, and faced 91 criminal indictments after his presidency ended for supplying hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, stealing droves of classified documents and national security secrets from the National Archives, and for his efforts related to attempting to overturn the 2020 presidential election results in his favor. To see Trump and Donalds in collusion together, it was like if Donalds were a good human being, would this very bad person be pushing him as a poster child? Paul asked the Trident,
way worse than that,
and they both are very. She's calling Donald Trump and Byron Donalds both opportunists
I'm barely motherfucking poor
to trot him out there,
bitch.
and it makes some people feel better about Trump. I think he's going to be super dangerous, and I think morally, he and I have no crossover at all.
When you wrote a book, you so dumbass.
So she went to a publication and did an interview and tried to spill the beans on Byron Donald. So, wow, you know, when I read through this last night, I was like, okay, now the part that caught my eye is when she said he, you know, tells everybody he's from Jamaica, but it's all a lie.
Like, that was some hot shit.
So, I mean, y'all, let's face it, we know even our people right here in America, born and raised, homegrown, you know, they come from a coon stock, and we know that. We know that.
The fact that we've been calling him a tether and he isn't a tether.
So,
I don't know that.
what the two things revealing he committed more crimes than what he has admitted.
It make us look dumb for even saying he's a tether.
And lied about being a Jamaican. Those were the two things that stood out for me in her interview.
The underlying court statement? We didn't look it up. We didn't do our own goddamn research. We've been saying he obviously is a tether. And we let the white lady educate us, and we gonna follow.
I'm not shocked, y'all. I mean, look at the way this dude acts. Remember, he was trying to
basically
glorify Jim Crow just about 3 weeks ago. He was trying to glorify Jim Crow.
That area, that country, come over here.
Come on.
Tether themselves over here to get the benefits of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
wow.
a different thing. Now, if he's just a tether and cooning, that's a whole other symptom.
So he's married to a different woman now, but of course she's white. And they have some biracial children together.
Karen educators, and we're gonna stand on that. Come on now. Come on now. The core symptom is we didn't look it up and do our own goddamn research. We've been calling that before.
Yeah, but you know, like I said, my problem with them, if you're gonna be a Republican, be a Republican.
Come on now.
But be one without trashing the Black community, because it just looks like you got some kind of hidden agenda there. You know, so why can't you be a Republican?
He was a tether.
And go on with your life. In order for you to be a Republican, you got to drag the Black community. I don't respect you. I don't think anybody should. That's the same mess Candace Owens, she did.
We didn't look it up ourselves. Figure out where the fuck he's from.
And trust me, I don't believe Candace is done with dragging the Black community. She now got her own show. See, she's gonna get on a roll again, and watch, she's gonna have some outlandish thing to say about the Black community. It's coming. You know, she ain't done grifting yet. At least I don't believe she is.
Yes, he is. He was not speaking for fucking to run for vice president.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Ben Carson is a disgrace. I mean, seriously, he's a disgrace. I can't even bear to listen to some of the outrageous things he be saying. But you know, Donald Trump will have him back in his administration because, you know, let's face it, no matter what you think, Donald Trump likes raccoons.
Why?
Those are the only kind of Black people he surrounds himself with.
Why was it important?
He just liked the raccoons around him.
What was he doing?
That's how many of them are.
Still holding office in Florida.
For what?
Who he is, a senator or a House representative?
Mm-hmm.
You're Republican, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why is Byron Daniels relevant to us?
But I don't believe, you know, just
Which one?
on my personal opinion,
Better off under Jim Crow.
Byron Donalds is not going to be a vice president, y'all. I don't see Donald Trump picking him.
No,
running around.
I would say between him and Tim Scott, I think he would choose Tim Scott over Byron
You
Donalds.
look it up.
I did look it up.
And Tim Scott is
I wasn't even talking about
garbage
it
too.
relevant.
But
Larry Elder,
between those two, I really don't believe Byron Donalds got
he was over there.
a cold day in hell
Around the same
of
time.
being vice president.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's going to
That's
happen.
the reason why. That's not the reason why we covered it on the show.
That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason he's relevant.
No, that's not why we
Why
Mhm.
it's relevant?
because
Yeah, well, Vicky, that's what his ex is saying too. He's a bad person.
He's a Republican.
She said he's not a good person at all.
the elite, upper echelon of the Republican
They let him
Party
talk.
was trying to come down on him for having a criminal record. That's why we had
What criminal record?
God,
You really think stealing a couple of motherfucking school books is a weed? Is it really a
Mhm.
criminal record?
Oh, I'm getting. Oh, no. The commercials are being completely done. Do y'all remember the actress I had hired for the Better Buggy? Do y'all remember her?
That lady was like,
Some of y'all might remember her when I had
it wasn't even
the
good.
Better Buggy before they kind of fell apart.
no.
I had a commercial with a Black actress that I had found.
No, we said that.
No,
She is
own mouth.
doing
We said that.
a commercial for my hair products.
We said it. We didn't.
And I had just sent her some of my products. So she's going to do the actual commercial showing my hair products and talking about them. So that one's coming. It'll probably be ready in August, I would say. More than likely in August. But yeah, I was able to get her again. So, I like her because the work she does is very professional. And, and she's a very attractive young woman. And I think she would do well representing my product. So she's working on it right now. And hopefully, like I said, it's probably going to take her a couple of weeks to get everything done because she's going to be doing the script and editing and
Good deal. Good deal.
So he's
I know doing all that work is hard business, man.
Not to make it.
Well, they just make us all look dumb. So we're saying the same shit.
Because he was saying it himself.
Because we didn't do our own research. That's all. That's the point. That's it. That's all. That's the whole point of it. We didn't do our own research. So that just make us look dumb. And she just make us look dumb. So that's our fault. That's our fault. We gotta take that little L for not looking it up ourselves. Oh well. I don't know what it is.
I agree to disagree on that.
What do you mean?
Because he said it out his own mouth.
He did not say he was a tether, cuz.
He said he was Jamaican, cuz.
He
That's
not.
what he said. He said he had a Jamaican background. That's what he said out his own mouth.
Okay, but we didn't look it up.
Okay.
And we go along with what this Karen said.
Oh, we were going along with what he was saying.
For that,
he was Jamaican.
I'm a tether before that.
No, we didn't start calling him a tether until he said he was Jamaican.
Before that.
Before that, when? Like, we barely been talking about this dude, like.
For the last 3 months. We were talking
Before
about
that. Before that. We hadn't talked about the dude since, like, 2022. Like, our second or third season of Frontline Black News, so.
I don't care. Either way, it made us look dumb. Note yourself. I learned my lesson from that situation already. We just gotta eat that little. We didn't need to do better research. Eat that little L. Okay, no biggie. No biggie. It's not like it's a black eye on us. You know what I mean? So no biggie. Moving forward.
Yeah, moving forward, I disagree.
Why do you disagree? Why do you disagree? There's no disagreeing.
Actual tether.
Why do you disagree?
Candace Owens.
Why do you disagree?
I've already explained that. But
So you on side with old Becky?
I'm talking with what?
That don't sound like this.
He said
Because it's a tether or isn't a tether. Is he born? Is he from here? Is he born here? Is his parents born
She's
here?
an American citizen.
Where are people from? That's a topical FBA question. We didn't ask though. Let's move forward, man. Let's move forward. Agree to disagree. Who gives a fuck? Either way, take that out. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. You gotta take it too. You just gotta take it. I accept it. I didn't do my research either, so let's go. It's just a little L. Just you act like it's a big L on the whole movement. It's just a little tiny L. And say, gotta do better research. That's all. Eat it. Take it like a champ. I'm taking it. I summed it up. This is an easy work. That's easy. I don't think I really take her word for it at all. She came out of it in a petty manner. Like she upset her. So that like if you go any further, she's not gonna benefit off of it or something like that. That came from a petty nature. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't really take her word for it either. See what I'm saying? She talking shit. So I think they even come out after a relationship with somebody doing something else, just to badmouth them and talk shit, exactly. And then throw up old stuff is dumb.
Right here.
What? I don't give a fuck about that. Move forward, Jesse. Who cares? Who cares? Why do we care? That's the whole point. But we don't care. Shouldn't care. Jesse.
Why?
Because first of all, he's a Republican.
Okay.
Secondly, he's a fucking coon. Third, he's a token. Fourth, he fucking makes these stupid ass motherfucking comments. Five, he married a motherfucking Becky round two. Right? And she's fucking upset and hurt. So she's gonna go and say some other shit. Okay? We didn't listen, do our further research. If we did, we would have been calling him a tether. We would have just called him an off-brand or a fucking coon like everybody else. No, we didn't. We called him a tether.
Called him a tether coon.
Oh my God, Jesse, you was a fucking Hispanics. That's beside the point. Take the motherfucking L of not doing further research. It's not really a big thing. It's a little thing. Just means we got to step it up better. That's all. Jesus. And she came out from a petty place. Who cares? Who cares? He's not going to be nobody. He's not going nowhere. He showed his ass at the RNC too. So, you know, little tiny L for us on our researching. That's all. And can't be listening to motherfuckers that like Joy Reid, MSNBC, and all that other shit. Okay? There, bam, done. Move forward. Next topic. I don't know why we try to move forward. This topic is whack. He's whack. I don't want to talk about whackness, man. Let's fucking fuck up. They don't make it break us, dude. They're not doing nothing for black people.
Obviously.
When has he done anything for black people? He didn't do anything for black people and marry that broad either. So move forward.
Yes. Impatient.
Moving
to Candace Owens, who was a proven teller.
Definitely.
A documented teller.
Definitely.
From St. Thomas.
We don't have to do any research because you don't have to keep emphasizing
We've
the fact
already
that you
done
get
our research.
We already know. Don't emphasize that. We got it. Good job.
No, I have to emphasize that.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Popeyes has the best of both wings. Our juicy chicken is marinated to perfection with 2 distinct twists on all 6 flavors. Whether you prefer our spicy...
Yes. Roger that.
I'm trying. Let me talk. Candace Owens faces backlash online for historical revisionism.
Again?
Yes, again.
Candace Owens, like she would misquote the history, or she would. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go down memory lane. Now, you remember when we used to complain about Candace Owens, like she would misquote the history, or she would say something about Black history that was completely wrong, and her trolls would come to your comment section. Candace is right. Candace is right. Candace is right. Well, lately she's been talking about Hitler, the Holocaust, and and now them folks, y'all, are very upset saying Candace is misquoting things. She is telling the history wrong. She's revising it. All the same things that the Black community has been saying about Candace Owens for years. But every time we would say something, her followers would come. That's right. How come y'all not running around screaming Candace is right now that she's on this Holocaust stuff? How come you same people ain't doing that now? Where are you?
Where are you?
See, this is why you don't ignore what a person does, because it does not impact you. Now she done flipped the same thing that she's been doing to Black communities, the Black community for years. Now she's flipping it on them folks, and they don't like it. So I want y'all to hear what they're saying. See, before, when she was insulting the Black community, Candace was smart. Candace was beautiful. They agreed with Candace. Remember all the stuff they would write about? Oh, Candace is great. Oh, she knows what she's talking about. All that crap. That's what you used to come in my comment sections and write.
She do act like a
But now listen to what they're saying. Vile Candace Owens slammed as unintelligent and hateful after she suggests Nazi twin experiment was a bizarre propaganda.
I'm talking about Egypt.
Now she's awful. She was smart when she was insulting the Black community.
Yeah.
Now she's unintelligent.
Oh, sir.
This is going to be on this because I believe she's butt sore over what happened to her, especially the way things ended over on the Daily Wire.
I know she's been on this.
I'm just saying.
On this.
Candace Owens faced backlash
I don't know. She's been on this.
for some of the horrific experiments conducted on Jewish children during the Holocaust. Maybe nothing more than propaganda. That's what she said. Remember how she would be dismissive of Black history?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, she's been on that.
And I all I can say is next time you're cheering somebody on because they're insulting us, you may want to think again about that person flipping on you. You may not like it. See, all you're doing is expressing the same things we've been expressing for years about Candace, but we were conveniently ignored.
But you just close your eyes and just let her talk.
So some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. She said in a clip shared on social media, the idea that they just cut a human up and sewed them back together. Why would you do that?
The fact that we're looking at her, and she's in black skin.
Well, Candace, I can ask a lot of questions about what has happened to us over the past 400 years, and I could probably say the same thing. Why would these folks do that? Why would their forefathers do that?
And then I open my eyes, and that's when I get shocked.
Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supply. She continued. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda.
That white sick, the white sick, come over you.
Well, she used to get in front of the Black community and say racism is over. Racism is over. And you know what the most insulting thing? When she fell out with the Daily Wire and someone told her about that, she claimed she never said that. And there are videos after video after video showing Candace saying it, but she sat and said she never said that. And she absolutely did. But see, when she was a grifter, nobody wanted to hear it. You know, see, it just goes to show you, y'all, we were very accurate about Candace the entire time. Now, these folks are just catching on to what we've been saying all along. Go figure.
In my soul, you know?
So she appeared to be referring to many tortures committed, during those times, and they're outdone because they said,
Give your projects a friendly jolt in Slack. Type it out, talk it out.
And I get like myself like
what she said, and they're very upset.
I can't tell.
They said she misquoted
Yeah, I feel like
things about the experiment. And not only that, she is hateful, but also extremely unintelligent. She went from being very smart when she would talk crap about us to now being very unintelligent.
You know? She's not doing
we didn't call her a grifter for no reason. Maybe you should pay attention to us melanated people the next time.
She was upset for a couple of days.
So a third person penned that this is appalling. Apparently she has not any experience with those who suffered during the Holocaust. So a fourth added, she is a very vile person.
They just, I don't know why they're saying that. They love her.
Y'all hear anything in there that we haven't said about Candace? And we were conveniently ignored. Do y'all hear anything in here? I don't know. There you go. Because we used to say Candace is really not that smart, because every time she would quote Black history, she would quote it all wrong. But every time we would say that, we kept getting met with, oh no, Candace is smart. Candace is beautiful. Candace is this. Candace is that. That's how we got met when we would complain. So I would have never guessed she had the ability to sink this low. Well, where have you been? Where have you been? You know what I chalk this up as, y'all? These folks are bad judges of character. Because if they were on top of their game, they would have been hip to Candace a long time ago, just like the Black community. We've been hip to Candace years ago. These folks are just getting it between the eyes now. Oh my God, I didn't know she was this bad. Yeah. This is not the first time the conservative commentator have been accused of spreading false information, and this ain't going to be the last time she does it. Candace has been on a roll with this kind of stuff forever. She has misquoted or just straight up lied about many things over the years. And not that long ago, y'all, she was back on talking crap about George Floyd. She's on that mess again. See, if you think she changed because of what happened to her, she didn't. Candace knows where the money is. So whatever made her a lot of money before she got the boot, she gonna be on that again. She doesn't care. This is all about her wallet. So y'all, now that them folks are very upset with her and said she's very unintelligent now all of a sudden, y'all tell me what you think about this video in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video.
Like I said, I kind of
Peace, family.
And I think the cringe thing is when they're talking like that and we're looking at them directly, we're disturbed that they have Black kids. That's the part that I feel like we don't really say. That's a disturbing piece of it. You know what I mean?
Has your child experienced bullying at school?
Too often, public schools lack the safety and support that your child needs to succeed. So if you're thinking of removing your child from an unhealthy school environment, there's a better option. Williamsburg Academy of Colorado is an award-winning online program for grades 6 through 12. We have dynamic live teachers who make learning fun and inspiring. They create a safe environment for students to be themselves and share their talents, dreams, and ambitions. We do live online academics Monday through Thursday in all core subjects, along with tons of fun electives, clubs, and activities. Then on Fridays, students come together for optional in-person adventures, which they love because they get to
Well, tonight in the podcast.
So I think it's just because we see her and she's black that we're disturbed by it. If we close our eyes and just let her talk, she sound like any other white person that has a anti-black hate in their heart. You think? Just I'm going to that's what right there. Right there. Please. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Uncle Phil. I can hear it from there.
All right, yeah, so there's definitely no love for Candace Owens over here.
That interview though with Don Lemon just recently, she was showing her ass there too. So it was one of the big spots. They're all 5 individuals this year too.
Yep, sure is. There's gonna be more added to it. So moving along, we got the Black Voters Matter. Now, these Black Voters Matter people was protesting the RNC in Milwaukee earlier yesterday. They are definitely a Democratic shield organization. Uncle Phil's gonna expose them as a DNC operation. And released a statement. So they just came out full blood with it, cut it with it, and said, Black Voters Matter are complete Democrat operatives. So we hear this a lot here in Colorado about these operatives, Democratic operatives, like the lady who held the seat that I'm running for. She came out publicly and said that she's a Democrat operative. And then Happy Haynes' sister, Khadijah Haynes, she came out with during one of the Black Women for Political Action meetings and said that she was an operative for the Democrats. She was taking dark money. It's really more like pale money. And that's what she said publicly. So they're exposing themselves, and Uncle Phil's going to expose the organization known as Black Voters Matter. Shout out to Uncle Phil. I'm glad you got your power back on, Uncle Phil, after that hurricane.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Black Voters Matter put out a statement about the call to remove Biden from the ticket. Now, when you are a non-profit organization, you don't supposed to be partisan toward any political party. You can be partisan if you create a super PAC, which is a political action committee. You can do that and be very partisan. But you're nonprofit, you don't supposed to be partisan in politics. You don't supposed to be leaning any kind of way with religion. It's actually in the IRS code. You can lose your nonprofit status because of this. And Black Voters Matter has just exposed themselves as Democrat operatives based on a statement they just posted on their website. You can look at this here. Black Voters Matter released a statement following calls to replace the Biden-Harris ticket. Now, if you're supposed to be just about registering black people to vote, then that's fine. No issue, no problem. But now you're trying to lean black people toward a particular political party. You're not registering black people to vote. You're working for the Democrat Party. And that's really in violation of your nonprofit status. But let's go on and get into this particular state. So they say is here, during the 2024 Democratic presidential primary, black voters overwhelmingly came out and voted for Biden-Harris ticket, just they did in 2020, in order to have an ally in the White House who would invest in our communities. That hasn't happened. Implement greater police accountability. That hasn't happened either. Fund HBCU at higher levels. Join the fight to protect voting and civil rights. We're not being protected in this administration at all. What are y'all talking about? Alleviate student debt plaguing so many black families. This is written like from someone from the DNC. And appoint more black judges to the federal courts. What has that done for black?
Let's just skip this topic. Try to do some order. Oh, so Sister Dump had that attempted assassination. Sleepy Jim Crow Biden issued out a statement. Now it's on the list. It's cute. So I'm going to go back to that. Once I pull it up, so I'm just going to play this one.
Black America. They say, including the Supreme Court. I'm telling y'all, this is, just brace yourself. This is a total DNC statement.
If you're looking to get a degree in IT or cybersecurity, UMGC is waiving their application fee through August 20th.
They say to protect against the onslaught of aggressive federal court rulings that hurt black and marginalized communities. Now, you're supposed to be Black Voters Matter. Why are you talking about black and? I don't care about and.
Right.
If you tell me something black, that's all I care about. I don't want to hear no and. Now, if it's a group that's just kind of like for everybody, cool. It's for everybody. But if you tell me black voters matter, black history, black health, anything with black, that's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear about and this and that. This is so stupid to me. So say the majority of black voters, the Biden-Harris ticket has delivered on enough of those promises to stand with this ticket today. In spite of this, the recent nervous cry for Biden to step aside, led largely by white congresspeople, pundits, and donors, there are black people that saying he should step aside too. Why are you lying? And they have not delivered on promises. That's why they're in trouble with the black vote. As they threaten to mute and overlook the voices of black voters, such a step by the Democratic Party will not only impact them.
I'm out of order. I'm trying to get back on the order. So this topic is actually jumped ahead. The topic that was supposed to be next was Super Jim Crow Biden takes aim at the dump as a human shit. No one make that clear, otherwise it was Teflon Don. Days after failed assassination.
I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can,
it's time to put Trump
saying, and he goes on repeating the same lies realistically. Now, for me, I would just say he's lying, right? It's lying. But if we're going to be hyper technical very quickly, it's only about 2 minutes. He continues to, the word that I'm looking for is, he continues to use, what is it called? Not misinformation, not disinformation. He continues to partake in malinformation, right? He continues to malinform the people. Now, for me, I would just say he's lying, right? It's lying. But if we're going to be hyper technical, he's engaging in malinformation, where which you take something that is technically true, but you're repurposing it, making it seem as if it's something that it actually isn't. You get what I'm saying? And he goes on repeating the same lies. Realistically, that's what they are, lies. In this interview, while being asked, don't you think you should take accountability for the things that you say that create this type of environment? He says, no, I'm not responsible for any of this kind of stuff. And then proceeds to lie, essentially. So let's get into it. I'm going to pull this clip up right now. And I just want to go through some of the lies that he's telling on Trump post-assassination attempt.
Let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that look. I
don't even know what he's talking about right now. He doesn't know what he's talking about right now either. He was asked a very, specific question concerning you using the term bullseye. Right, Dark Times? What? Exactly. What? You used the term bullseye on Trump. You'd think that was the right thing to say, at the time. Obviously this was pre-assassination attempt, and he's just kind of rambling and babbling and going on and on about nothing right now. I'm not really following what he's saying, but that's the norm when talking about Joe Biden and when you're listening to him speak. But get this here, right? Get this here. After he gets done fumbling and bumbling, he goes right back to the dangerous rhetoric. It's amazing to me, like, how many people have motorcycles around where my office is. It's just unbelievable. But anyways, after he gets done fumbling and bumbling, right, and rambling, money, exactly. After he gets done rambling, he defaults right back to the dangerous rhetoric, right? Lies as far as I'm concerned, but malinformation, you can say technically, he falls right back into it as a default. He goes right back into it. And we're going to get into that right now.
The guy that said,
we're going to wind it back just a little bit.
Replay Poker. As many of you have seen, because I've streamed it before, Replay Poker is a free-to-play poker site with
focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that look. I'm not the guy that said I want to be a dictator on day one.
Here we go with the dictator stuff. We've heard this 1,000,001 times, that Trump said he wants to be a dictator and that he's going to be a dictator. Everybody keeps repeating that he's going to be a dictator. This is something that can incite fanatic behavior. It's one thing to say it once. It's one thing to say it, a handful of times. It's another thing on top of referring to him constantly as the man with the small mustache, referring to his followers as how you spell it? Nazis, right? It's one thing when you start combining all these things together. You're saying he's a dictator. You're saying he's the man with the small mustache. You're saying he's going to create a civil war. You're saying that even if he loses the election, he has extremists in the Hill that are going to descend down and pew communities of color. You keep saying all of this stuff, and it's all rooted in malinformation, which is realistically a lie. Because here's what Donald Trump actually said. For once, let's actually listen to the dictator comment that he made. So let's get into it.
Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
He's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
Oh, he said he was going to be a dictator on day one. Oh, man, let's start from the beginning again. As I interrupted, I'll let it play out this time. It's only 44 seconds.
Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
He's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's not retribution. I'm
going to be, he keeps, I love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were president.
Does it sound like he was seriously saying, I'm going to be a dictator day one, smashing his fist on the table and speaking as if he's going to start annihilating the competition, deleting everyone, creating a civil war, so on and so forth? He clearly was being facetious. He clearly was joking. And it is amazing how many people have taken that and ran with it as if it's the gospel truth. I shared this with the channel members when I was in Chicago during Father's Day, but I'll share this all with you all right now, right? I'll share this all with you all right now. And shout out to my man Saul for always coming through. He said, "Ooh, impressive. You got an office now? Big step up compared to a kitchen." Yeah, I've been in here. I've been in this office for a minute now, man. I've been out the kitchen. So I just, don't say, "Oh, check it out, I got an office now." You know what I'm saying? But I've been out the kitchen. Now it's time to go to another level where I can have an office away from so many people with motorcycles. It's just crazy. I can't do a live stream without motorcycle sounds going off. But anyways, now I lost my train of thought. Oh, I remember now. And the Joe Biden is kicking in, right? When I was in Chicago for Father's Day, and I was talking with my mom, and politics came up. All I said was, I don't like Biden. That was literally all I said. I don't like Biden, She went off. She went off, to say the least. And as she's going off, because I said I don't like Biden, she says to me this exact same thing. He's going to be a dictator. He says he's going to be a dictator. And I tried to tell my mom, I said, "Mom, he was joking. Like, he was being facetious. Like, he wasn't being serious." "Oh, yeah, that's what they all say. That's what they all say." And I was just mind blown at the fact that it's working. It's working. It's clearly working. People are actually buying into this, and it's rooted in essentially a lie. Technically, he said that. Yes, realistically, you're lying when you say that he said he was going to be a dictator. And I want to play this other follow-up clip here too from Trump on Fox News, because even here, he actually responds to the dictator comment that then people are running with now. So let's get into this really quick.
You seem to issue a warning that if in the courts, and even the U.S. Supreme Court, if they didn't treat you fairly, that maybe there would be bedlam in the country. Use that word, bedlam in the country. And in the last 2 days, at the same time, in the last two speeches, President Biden is focusing his campaign on the threat to democracy and political violence. Take a listen.
I'll say what Donald Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never.
All right, so to Robert's question, this is clearly a focus of the Biden campaign. So can you say tonight that political violence is never acceptable?
Well, of course that's right. And of course, I'm the one that had very little of it. Take a look at wars. Again, I wasn't involved in wars. We beat the hell out of ISIS. We won 100%. We brought our troops back home. Look at the violence that we've had. Look at the violence we have recently.
Right, but when you say bedlam, what do you mean?
I think you have bedlam. I think you look at Joe Biden, it's bedlam. You have a man who can't lead. You have a man who can't find his way off a stage after he makes a speech that lasts for about 2 minutes. No, I think bedlam is Joe Biden. I think that he's using this. This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. It's interesting. I did a show, Sean Hannity. Did you ever hear of him? He's a very nice man. And he said, essentially, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me." I think he was trying to give me a nicer question than maybe you guys would. He meant it very well. I said, "I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator." So you weren't saying that if the courts... the press picks it up. So I said, "I'm going to be a dictator for one day." They cut it. They go, "I'm going to be a dictator." But they cut the rest of the sentence. No, I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did. We were so successful that the country was coming together. It was actually coming together and coming together well. It was a beautiful thing to see. And we're going to do that again.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
So once again, he's very clear, or it's very clear and very obvious that the dictator comment was a joke. It was him being facetious. It is unbelievable how many people have motorcycles over here. But anyways, so stupid and retarded. It's very obvious and very clear that he was being facetious concerning the dictator. So dumb. Concerning the dictator statement is very clear. Yet they keep running with the lie that he said he's going to be a dictator when he was clearly joking, when he was clearly playing around. And it's amazing how many people actually believe it. And even when you play these clips, people still don't want to hear it. People still don't want to hear it. Even the term bedlam that they were referring to just now, because they kept trying to bring it back. You said there was going to be bedlam. You said there was going to be bedlam. I went and looked it up afterwards. Well, number one is this. Bedlam just simply means, chaos in a nutshell, right? There's going to be chaos. And what he was stating, if you actually go look it up for yourself, right, is he was saying that if the courts are being weaponized to remove me from the ballot, you're going to create bedlam in the country, setting a new precedent where you can do this on a regular basis. And it's now normal to weaponize the justice system to remove people off the ballot that you don't like. He simply was saying there's going to be chaos. That's all. You're going to create a situation of chaos. But once again, they take any little thing that he states and run with it as gospel, saying, oh, there's going to be bedlam. Oh, I'm going to be a dictator, when it's not true. On no level is it true. Now let's get back to what Joe Biden has to say.
Need prescription eyewear fast? iBuyDirect ships hundreds of frames with 2-day delivery. iBuyDirect.com.
My first hour is wake up, get a great breakfast, healthy breakfast, fuel up, know that I'm about to go and work out here soon. And so make sure I fuel up. And a part of that is hydrating, man, making sure I'm doing the right things.
I'm Johnny Knoxville. Welcome to Jackass.
Biggest thing he says is don't lose your personality. Let that thing show. Pure, elevated water.
I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying. And I mean, the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
So basically, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying right now. Don't you want to take accountability a little bit? Don't you at least want to acknowledge that y'all been talking crazy on your side? Don't you want to at least admit that? Can you say it at least that much? And here's Biden's response.
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody?
I'm not mad at that answer. I'm not mad at that answer if you left it there, because it's true. You can say what you want to say concerning your issues with people, situations, migrant crisis, whatever. It's all about how you're saying it and how you're choosing to articulate yourself. Now, I want to make it up close too. He looks funny. Now, he's pretending as if they don't constantly refer to him as a man with a little mustache. He's pretending as if they haven't constantly lied and said that he's going to create a civil war and people are going to get pew-pewed because of it. He's not acknowledging any of that. But once again, on the surface, if he just left it there, what he's saying is true. And I don't have any actual disagreement there. I can't be worried about the actions of other people being stupid if I'm telling what I feel the truth about a particular situation. I'm not responsible for your stupidity. And that's facts. But then he follows up with the malinformation. Then he follows up with the lie.
Look, I've not engaged in that rhetoric.
Lies.
Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about to be a bloodbath if he loses.
Bloodbath. There's going to be a bloodbath. Once again, it's stuff like that dictator, bloodbath. You're the man with the small mustache. Your followers are NAZIs or NAZIS, however you spell it, right? All this stuff creates that type of environment, especially when you have it on Hyperloop, not on YouTube, not on Twitter Spaces, but on mainstream media outlets with people like Joy Reid that are supposed to be so educated and well-read and articulate, and they're actual journalists, but then they get on television to speak to millions of people and say stuff consistently that is not true, removing out of context things like dictator and bloodbath to make it seem something that it isn't. Like I stated in the last stream, the people who cry the most about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, dangerous rhetoric are the ones who participate in it the most. And it's the folks that run with Biden. They participate in it the most. Let's take a listen, just like how we listened to the dictator comment. Let's take a moment to take a listen to what Trump actually said concerning there being a bloodbath. Let's listen to that.
The United Auto Workers, what they've done to their people.
Mirror wind it back just a little bit.
But if you look at the United Auto Workers, what they've done to their people is horrible. They want to do this all electric nonsense where the cars don't go far, they cost too much, and they're all made in China. And the head of the United Auto Workers never probably shook hands with a Republican before. They're destroying. You know, Mexico has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it, went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he does is build car manufacturing plants. He's the biggest in the world.
He clearly was using bloodbath, metaphorically speaking, representing the automotive industry and the economy. It is very clear. It is very clear. And that's the point of today's stream. Is just showing how it's amazing to me how I can pull information.
What are we talking about right here?
That's factual from anywhere, Fox News or Breitbart or whatever. And people will automatically dismiss the information that I put forth because it came from Fox News or Breitbart.
So Biden is taking an aim at Donald Trump days after his failed assassination. That's what we're
got it.
Breitbart or I don't know, Newsmax or Epoch Time, and they'll say those are lies, it's fake news, it's lies. You believe them, while not having any actual counterfacts to highlight how this is a lie. Yet on video, you can clearly hear what he's saying. Clearly, it's on video. Whether you're talking about the dictator comment or the bloodbath comment, it's as clear as day on video what he said. And these folks, right? Biden and them will take something that he clearly said facetiously or metaphorically and will spin it to the greatest lie ever told as it pertains to someone being a dictator that's going to come pew pew everybody, particularly people of color, right? Gonna come pew pew everybody if he doesn't win. And even if he does win, he's still going to create a civil war where he can come and pew pew everybody. That's That's wild. Think about how wild that is. Like I said in closing, I really just want us to focus on that today. The dictator comment and the bloodbath comment is a complete lie from the pit of the underworld, straight from the devil's mouth.
Wow, I just built the most amazing workflow on Monday.com.
You build your own workflow? Why? There are a bunch of amazing pre-made templates you can just choose from.
Nah.
It's a complete lie, and you saw it here, but people will deny the video evidence that I've played clear as day, and will just say, oh, you're just on Trump's side. You just like Trump. You love Trump. That's all you have to say? That's all you can come back with. I tell you that 1 + 1 = 2, and your response is, I'm on Trump's side? That's wild. That's wild. But that's how real as people say, Trump derangement is. That's how clear it is. You tell people 1 + 1 = 2. I'm just showing you an obvious fact. And I even show you video evidence that 1 + 1 = 2. And the response is, you love Trump. Nah, bro, I'm just telling you that 1 + 1 = 2. And I'm giving you a video demonstration of how 1 + 1 = 2. And all you can respond with is stupid stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, it's very clear that some people live in an alternate reality, and they don't want to escape out of it. They want to stay and remain there. You know, they want to stay and remain there. Now let's finish out what Trump was saying here. There's only about like maybe 20 seconds left. I don't think he said much more, but let's finish this out.
In that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about to be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it.
That's not the clone.
I don't even know what he's talking about anymore.
Right.
I don't know. He's all over the place. I don't know what he's talking about anymore. I can hear another motorcycle coming right now.
I'm skimming through it in my brain. I'm like, fuck, stay on task. Yeah, I read so much, different shit.
Amazing. Listen, man. With all that being said, I'm gonna get out of here. I've proven my point. I rest my case. Motorcycles going crazy today, but they seem to go crazy every time I hit the live button and start talking on this microphone.
It's all jumbled together.
But we're gonna shut it down for today. But that does it for today's stream. That does it for today's show. Thank you to my man Saul for coming through as he
on both sides, but I don't remember being so content. Well, I'm not taking that. During the time when they was re-elected Clinton, or before they even elected Clinton, it was kind of like that, and then they re-elected him, and it was kind of like that.
96.
Mm-hmm. Guess what time?
That's what year it was. 92,
oh yeah,
96.
Where they like? I don't remember I had trying to sell me on it either. Or this time it's kind of forced. It feels like you don't like it for what? Yeah. I was like, well, calm down, just calm down. Mm-hmm. But I think he's a fun. He's a good bad guy. You want the bad guy to win for a little bit, up until it gets too far. Then you really don't want the bad guy to win. You don't want the bad guy to really be running the country. You just kind of like his antics because he's stupid. Stupid in an entertaining way, but not that I would want to run the country or nothing like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so what are your thoughts on Biden taking an aim at Donald Trump after days after the failed assassination?
Well, I didn't see the whole thing. All I remember was in the morning, yesterday morning at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, me and my brother were giggling about it, about the fucking attempted that we were running with, that narrative attempted assassination. Mm-hmm. I fucking remember that. So we were watching different shit, and everybody was condemning that type of violence, political violence. So that's all I saw. So I don't know whatever else happened today or during the day yesterday or whatever. I don't know what time it is right now. So I don't know what happened because I got enough to where I caught up. So I did it. Those what I know. They said I was on Twitter. And, the Black Authority put up one, and I put up one right after that. Like that kind of like shoulder shrug. No, that sums it up. You know what I mean? That was all I needed to see. I didn't need to hear more rhetoric because everybody was trying to blame other Republicans. Like Boebert was immediately trying to blame it's Biden's fault.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it wouldn't make sense. You know, it doesn't make sense. I mean, you condemn him for this, but you won't condemn the other one for all of that other shit. So
yeah,
it's kind of seemed like kind of
for felony counts.
Yeah, it kind of seems kind of stupid to me. And so I just tuned out and went back to watching fucking Fear of the Walking Dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? There was no point for me to continue watching. That's why I missed the TVA thing. I did catch up on I think I watched a little bit of Professor Black Truth this morning when he talked about it, or yesterday morning. Yesterday morning. Right afterwards, and I couldn't share it because my screen was acting.
Oh, you took somebody of yours.
Yeah, so I didn't see that. Other than that, I missed the whole TVA thing, and then I skimmed through the RNC. So, and I watched Tim Black, and I had my first initial thoughts was, man, you done took a little shot at the Savior.
Mm-hmm.
And my first thoughts was like, man, the Nationals are gonna march on us like again.
Mm-hmm.
Again. So, but then I was like, let me just back that thought up because they've been marching here and there casually this whole month, this whole year, especially the last 2 months. So, I was like, I don't want to get caught up in that thought process. So I just tuned out till right now. So I don't even know what he said, really, except for he couldn't have said much. Like, what did he say? What did he say exactly?
I don't remember. So
We're asleep when I keep it. I did.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money driving to the post office?
What do you mean?
I think bedlam. I think you look at Joe Biden, it's bedlam. You have a man who can't lead. You have a man who can't find his way off a stage after he makes a speech that lasts for about 2 minutes. No, I think bedlam is Joe Biden. I think that he's using this. This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You know, it's interesting. I did a show, Sean Hannity. Did you ever hear of him? He's a very nice man. And he said, essentially, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I think he was trying to give me a nicer question than maybe you guys would. He meant it very well. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So
you weren't saying that if the
and the press picks it up.
That's what he said. He said,
yeah, it was a one-day thing.
Many things or whatever. Many things, but a dictator is not one.
But he said same for one day. I mean, they came out of Trump's mouth, so I think that
it's completely taken out of context.
Right, that's what he said. Yeah, and everybody took it that way.
It's facetious.
Right. Yeah.
The Democrats took it as dead serious.
But that's what they like. That's why, like, yesterday when after the attempted assassination, morning, me and my brother sitting here laughing, giggling and shit. We were looking for news that had more information. That's what I found. What I found, I shared it on Twitter. Only what I found that I felt was relevant after I watched the whole thing. I feel like the media, the media has been playing these. They want to say. Remember when they say we're spreading misinformation, the new black media, whatever, right? Yeah. But in reality, they're doing the misinformation. Both sides, really. They only give you a piece of whatever after they chopped and screwed it, and put it out there. They remix it to whatever, and they put their people on it to animate it a little bit to get the to get the public all riled up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing. That's another reason why I feel like turning on the news to catch up is almost like I don't want to be programmed no more. You dig? And that's how they've been getting us through programming. Music, media, radio. Somebody has their set of just saying that, in my opinion only, and meaning they take the ownership of their own fucking opinion. They make it like, well, this is the thoughts of the actual media, the actual democratic thought process. Like this, one person says this is thought. Like it's the gospel of the whole fucking situation, and I just feel like it's programmed. So that's why I don't want to watch the news. That's why I feel like I'm super aggressive about it. I feel like if I look into certain things, and I try to have a well-rounded view, I'm having a well-rounded program view. Seems like now that's my thought process as of late.
Programmed by what? Exactly. What do you mean programmed? To vote or not vote or what? It's kind of
Well, it's almost like whatever they put out there, whatever the media puts out, the mainstream media puts out there, they want us to go a certain way. Like, for example, even look in our own city with the mayor, and if you didn't know anything, you're not up to what's going on in city council, pay attention to all that, then you would just think, damn, all the stuff the mayor says is really good. Or fuck, let's just math. We're just a regular person just looking at the media. Yeah. So but for us who actively watch city council, all the days they do it, and keep in mind, Brandy Marie Majors, does not really get into it like that. Only get into it because just parents watching it, I'm in the room. He tells me I gotta watch it. But other than that, I'm like, man, I don't want to listen to some lies. That's normally my usual behavior about it. And he has to fight with me because I'm like, they're lying. They're just gonna say yes to anything. They don't even have an open mind. Like that's usually the contention. He used to have a fight with me about it. But then once he gets me into it for like 5-10 minutes, then I'm all engaged. They're like, shh, hold on, this is what she said. But normally I'm really not interested. I don't give a fuck what they're talking about because I always think they're lying. That's usually the honest Brandy behavior over here. He's like, we gotta watch the land and infrastructure thing. And I'm like, fuck them. And I'm fighting. I don't want to do it. Like, no, I don't want to. Fuck you. No. I'm like, no, I don't want to, man. Don't put it on. I'm like, come on, please. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, shh. Did you hear what he said? Man, I wish you could rewind it. It's live. You know what I mean? And I'm never ready with fucking pen and paper because I fight it so much because I don't want to listen to lies and prepackaged bullshit.
Yeah.
Try to spark the support.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The black cat.
Yeah, so I don't. What I'm glad I do it. You got to be engaged all the way, because everybody said this and it's their opinion. They're acting like they speak for the whole team, the whole Democratic or Republican process. Versus like with me, I'm like, in my opinion only. That means I'm taking responsibility just for whatever the fuck comes out of Brandy Marie Major's mouth today. You know? Like, this is my opinion only, or this is how I see it, in my opinion, because I can't necessarily speak for the rest of the frontline campaign.
Yeah.
They're always on some other shit. I just say they might have different thoughts, I don't want to be programmed though. I feel like I'm being programmed. Like if I just listen to them, like
that's what I call it, program.
Trump's the victim today, and Biden's capitalizing on it. Is that what we're going with? Or is it that he said the shit and they remixed it, chopped and screwed it, and blew it way out of proportion? And he kind of probably means it because he, whatever.
People who are not balanced.
So maybe he's a dictator for the day.
So basically, come on, bro.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying right now. Don't you want to take accountability a little bit? Don't you at least want to acknowledge that y'all been talking crazy on your side? Don't you want to at least admit that? Can you say it at least that much? No. And here's Biden's response.
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody?
I'm not mad at that answer. I'm not mad at that answer if you left it there, because it's true. You can say what you want to say concerning your issues with people, situations, migrant crisis, whatever. It's all about how you're saying it and how you're choosing to articulate yourself. Now I want to make it up close too. He looks funny. Now he's pretending as if they don't constantly refer to him as a man with a little mustache. He's pretending as if they haven't constantly lied and said that he's going to create a civil war and people are going to get pew-pewed because of it. He's not acknowledging any of that. But once again, on the surface, if he just left it there, what he's saying is true. And I don't have any actual disagreement there. I can't be worried about the actions of other people being stupid.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I'm telling what I feel is the truth about a particular situation, I'm not responsible for your stupidity. And that's facts. But then he follows up with the malinformation. Then he follows up with the lie.
Look, I've not engaged in that rhetoric.
Lies.
Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses.
Bloodbath. There's going to be a bloodbath. Once again,
I mean, kind of
it's stuff like that.
Right?
Dictator, bloodbath. You're the man with the small mustache. Your followers are NAZIs or NAZIS, however you spell it, right? All this stuff creates that type of environment, especially when you have it on Hyperloop, not on YouTube, not on Twitter Spaces, but on mainstream media outlets with people like Joy Reid that are supposed to be so educated and well-read and articulate, and they're actual journalists, but then they get on television to speak to millions of people and say stuff consistently that is not true, removing out of context things like dictator and bloodbath to make it seem something that it isn't. Like I stated in the last stream, the people who cry the most about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, dangerous rhetoric are the ones who participate in it the most. And it's the folks that run with Biden. They participate in it the most. Let's take a listen, just like how we listened to the dictator comment. Let's take a moment to take a listen to what Trump actually said concerning there being a bloodbath. Let's listen to that.
The United Auto Workers, what they've done to their people.
Mirror wind it back just a little bit.
But if you look at the United Auto Workers, what they've done to their people is horrible. They want to do this all electric nonsense where the cars don't go far, they cost too much, and they're all made in China. And the head of the United Auto Workers never probably shook hands with a Republican before. They're destroying. You know, Mexico has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it, went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he does is build car manufacturing plants. He's the biggest in the world.
He clearly was using bloodbath, metaphorically speaking, representing the automotive industry and the economy. It is very clear. It is very clear. And that's the point of today's stream.
Like,
is just showing
end of 30 or whatever. But like,
it's amazing to me how I can pull information.
However,
that's factual
context
from anywhere, Fox News or Breitbart or whatever, And people will automatically dismiss the information that I put forth because it came from Fox News or Breitbart or I don't know, Newsmax or Epoch Time. And they'll say, those are lies, it's fake news, it's lies. You believe them
My defense.
while not having
I just leave
any actual counterfacts to highlight how this is a lie.
news where whoever got
Yet on video, you can clearly hear what he's saying. Clearly, it's on video.
when he finds time, man.
Whether you're talking about the dictator comment or the bloodbath comment, it's as clear as day on video what he said.
Yeah.
So
and these folks,
educated
right?
on some shit and get me out.
Biden and them
But
will take something that he clearly said facetiously or metaphorically and will spin it to the greatest lie ever told as it pertains to someone being a dictator that's going to come pew pew everybody, particularly people of color, right? Gonna come pew pew everybody if he doesn't win. And even if he does win, he's still going to create a civil war where he can come and pew pew everybody.
Yeah, I think
that's wild. Think about how wild that is. Like I said in closing, I really just want us to focus on that today.
Extra, you know what I mean?
The dictator comment and the bloodbath comment is a complete lie from the pit of the underworld, straight from the devil's mouth. It's a complete lie, and you saw it here, but people will deny the video evidence that I've played clear as day, and will just say, oh, you're just on Trump's side. You just like Trump. You love Trump. That's all you have to say?
Oh, yeah.
That's all you can come back with. I tell you that 1 + 1 = 2, and your response is, I'm on Trump's side? That's wild. That's wild. But that's how real the, as people say, Trump derangement is. That's how clear it is. You tell people 1 + 1 = 2. I'm just showing you an obvious fact. And I even show you video evidence that 1 + 1 = 2. And the response is, you love Trump. Nah, bro, I'm just telling you that 1 + 1 = 2. And I'm giving you a video demonstration of how 1 + 1 = 2. And all you can respond with is stupid stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, it's very clear that some people live in an alternate reality, and they don't want to escape out of it. They want to stay and remain there. You know, they want to stay and remain there. Now let's finish out what Trump was saying here. There's only about like maybe 20 seconds left. I don't think he said much more, but let's finish this out.
In that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all those, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun of, like, when, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, joking about it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. I don't know. He's all over the place. I don't know what he's talking about anymore. I can hear another motorcycle coming right now.
Yeah, I can't remember, but that shit was yeah.
Amazing. Listen, man. With all that being said, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here. I prove it.
Again, before reason.
I was telling for everybody thinking everything stays.
Some things feel like, you know, iffy.
And now after watching it again.
That's what I don't have nothing to say. Is it because it's all like, even when we do certain news things ourselves, like things are just, you know, that first initial reaction might take it out of context or might blow it up to what it might be. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, sometimes we do it. You know, the fair market. That's what I say that one day. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, like this is we unintentionally do stuff, you know. Devil's advocate.
Yeah. Yep, well, she loves to play devil's advocate.
Well, I like to say I like to you know, when I'm watching certain things like crime. So it's a natural. You see, watching TV.
Yeah.
So I'm like solving the crime, or I'm creating doubt. I'm like, hey, look, this look like, and like you've seen it many times on the Revolution shit, especially when somebody said, oh, that was good or whatever, like Jordan Waddy or whatever. I said it looked like a torch. Look, like this, and I wonder my head.
Yeah.
Like that, right? Like that's created doubt. No, that was actually a pistol. Well, when he re-edited it and repackaged it, of course it was. You know what I mean? But that's after they've had 31 days to fuck with the fucking material. So can I really believe it? No, because they had 31 days to present something. As far as like, crime scene video or body cam and shit like that. So yeah, I always create like little doubt. I always got questions. I have questions about questions. I do. So yeah. Yeah, devil's advocate, sure. Mm-hmm. Gotta ask some questions though. You don't ask no questions, you don't get no doubt. Reasonable doubt. We just listen to everybody. We sheeple following them versus asking questions. So questions create doubt. Doubt creates the search for the truth.
What we said since day one, don't take our word for nothing.
Yeah.
Do your own research.
Right.
Come back to tell us if you lied or if we told you was true.
I like to throw this caveat from this perspective too. That way it's just on me, Because like I said, on my opinion or whatever. Because they can't, who knows? That's not until somebody says that I wasn't necessarily feeling. I want to separate myself from it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so Biden just kept putting his foot in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually doubled down on it. Shout out to Hip Hop Media Group for giving us the update on that and setting the record straight on what these Democrats have been up to.
Mm-hmm.
So moving along, we had City Council earlier, and there was an action for Kylan Lewis. Peter Kylan Lewis, I know his family, his brother, his older brother, Kai, went to school with him. And Jeff Fart's crew had to make their apparent presence known for the first time ever. I think we've seen like all of them at City Council like this in Denver.
No, we seen them that one time accepting that award. On behalf of the Jeff Fart.
Besides that, but speaking like on behalf of something.
This is like no, it's like theater, performative.
Yes.
Because they weren't doing this before, and it's not. They're only speaking about one situation, but they're like they're like a team all of a sudden.
Yeah.
They've been doing this a lot lately over the last 2-3 months. Just get by specific little things. It's kind of like at least I've witnessed 4 already so far this year. It's always the same people.
Mm-hmm.
So we really need to really look at that, like why.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So they're saying 4 people. All right. Shout out to Byron, Cut the Plastic for live streaming this for the world to see.
And the question is, where's me and Jeff? Well, I spoke of the rural one on the phone, and I got other issues. Why are you there? You should have an Aurora. What's that about?
Didn't follow procedural protocol. But like I said, I leave this on the head of Denver Police Department because had they would have did their job thoroughly, I assure you, a warrant would not have to be issued.
So,
And we I would have stayed there.
right.
So I ask that you
do
find different
if you commit a crime in Denver, that's
to hold them accountable for their actions for not thoroughly doing their job.
You know, it took
So
forever.
I'm just really hoping this because every time I come back into the state of Colorado, I find out more and more information that different police departments they fail to do. And I'm just sad about all this that they don't take the time to do a case thoroughly to investigate what has happened. They didn't follow procedure nor protocol as not Aurora. So I'm asking that you guys open up this, whatever you guys have to do to get down to the bottom of this, that they
Their action.
he died in premeditated murder, first degree.
Well, that's temperate.
But like I said, this is all
Tampering and
investigation.
Doesn't do it different. What if the crime was done in Denver?
The murder was allegedly done in Denver.
Which is wrong too, so
oh Lord.
So I'm going to start off by simply saying that we are tired. We're tired. There have been so many tragedies that have come from a safety department that many of us can count anymore. We are tired. And when we come into these spaces, and if we have a relationship with you all, when we engage with you, you always tell us what you can't do. City council doesn't do that. I can't do that. Are you a council person or are you a human being? That is what we are calling upon at this point.
No,
I don't need you to be a city council person if city council can't do anything. I need you to be a human because humanity is telling you that you need to do something.
Stop.
We should not have to continue to be the ones that are asking you to a meeting about the murder and the lynching of our people. You should be hosting a meeting that you invite us to talk about the murder and the lynching of our people. Where is your meeting? What date is that? What time is it? What location can we find your meeting? Humanity
yelling at them about
is on the line.
This is stupid.
And each and every one of you have a responsibility.
Do what?
Because you see, your position is not a position of power. It is a position of responsibility, and you owe that to a mother that had to do something unnatural. She had to bury her son.
If the crime is missing,
that is not natural, but as a community, that is what we have asked for.
Crime was done there, that means that motherfucker was supposed to go to that jail.
And I sat in a meeting today, again, that community arranged. And listen, as unfortunately, the chief of police in Denver was not prepared for.
No, I can't.
He learned for the first time.
I know what happened. We don't have to.
That there were multiple bullet casings that the police never collected from the scene.
Yeah.
He learned for the first time that there were 7 witnesses that wanted to talk to the police on scene, but those witnesses were told to back up, to go away, and they wanted to tell them what they saw.
We serve you for that crime.
We are not asking what you cannot do. We are expecting you to do what you can.
So they issued the motherfucking
because you are a human being.
Get you and put you in.
And you don't care if you have a title of city council.
I just didn't say
Right. The rest of my time is sure that you can hear from his father.
by the rules.
Yes, they did. What happened in Denver, right?
Allegedly.
Okay, dude lives in a world.
It was a false warrant to begin with. That's
why.
why.
The only one who knows the truth was who issued it, right? Okay, so why is that city council about it? I've been to Aurora. Listen to it. I've been in and out of jail my whole life. When I went on tours in jail. One jail to the next. No, you can't tell me what I know. I know, Jesse. I know when it comes to certain warrants where you're at. What you
For
want.
attempted murder, because not for grand loss, not for fucking bad shit, not for fucking whatever other shit you're talking about.
It don't matter what it
Attempted
is.
murder.
First of all, it don't matter what it is. When they come to serve a warrant, first that's extra. When they come to serve a warrant, who said?
Denver did.
Never said they issued a false warrant.
That's what it was. False warrant.
Did he do? Did they have a warrant or didn't?
Denver issued out a false
So he
warrant.
never ran the warrant. Never. Yes or no?
I don't know why.
Okay, well then why are you speaking on it?
Because this one is
No, but not they don't know either.
she just said, oh my
No, especially no. How many times we got in trouble for that? Because we don't really know. Very simple to ask. Say, and since these are the spokesperson, why don't they just ask the chief?
They did.
What did you say?
He said he didn't know nothing about
Yes.
it.
Why are they there? The chief would be the first motherfucker to tell you you wouldn't make it waste of time.
He didn't even know nothing about it.
Right.
That's why I said if you would listen.
I have to listen.
You would see. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm not combative. I had enough. I've been in jail, in and out of jail my whole life. I go out to sports. One jail to the next. One county to the next.
And I am an advocate for the family.
Can't tell me everything.
Not only that,
all you can do
but I'm
is
also
go
a state commissioner. I oversee law enforcement and many vernaculars. I sit on the Department of Justice Law Enforcement Grant Committee. And I'm coming to you as someone who works in the very same vernaculars that you do. I'm coming to you to ask you to look into several areas that you do actually have oversight in. Because you see, the problem doesn't just lie in DPE. It also lies in the DA's office that issued an investigatory warrant. That is a problem.
Okay, so not on me, not like this individual. Somebody from this and they're in the wrong place. They're in the wrong place. They're in the wrong place. 3 months later, they're in the wrong place. They're in the wrong place 3 months later. I mean, one of the counties.
I look at these cases every day.
2 months later.
Every day, this is what I do.
Oh, this 2 months ago.
It's not only in the DA's office, it also sits in judiciary committees because there's a judge that also signed off on the warrant.
Again,
there are many levels and layers to this that you do have oversight in. Your budget should include a community board that oversees the DA's office. So Sean Walsh is getting ready to take that office, and he is completely aware that that is necessary. That our community has experts that come in and help you to oversee what is happening out of the district attorney's office. So that the residents in Denver, Aurora, and the surrounding areas.
What the fuck is the council got to do?
DPE has the same requirement as our judiciary officers.
I need to look at
what the people that were showboats are doing, right? And it is showboats. I don't know what they talk about. I moved on from what they talk about. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? If I was sitting down and say, babe, no, I don't know about that. What's the
city
chief
council
talking about?
the ones that literally sign off on this type of shit.
That's
why
right?
They give them a mayor a rebel state of approval. Well, actually, it's the association that
So it don't matter what they talk about.
And yet none of them have been made
When this happened,
What are they looking for?
if you recall,
What are they looking for? What do they want from this? No.
that was what justice.
Because I read the article, they wanted an apology at first. What they talking about here? Nothing. Except being tired. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mike.
Talking about justice for their loss. Family member.
Just everything within the city. This is fucking and the box life. They're fucking over. Either way, what the fuck what is it?
I just told you what it's for. It just went right over your head.
So what do they want?
They want held accountable for issuing out a false warrant. That's what they want.
But nobody cares. They just look at it like it was a job. It was their job to do. Was that a job that James did off my husband's life? Oh, actually living a person's life.
That's his wife.
And for the rest of my life, I'm very much
a little short to it.
Every day it's like, what are we because it's like, I'm really not finding ourselves all of these things. I've never been through this. Talking with God, talking with detectives. There was always, oh, my husband, I'm not responsible.
Sorry, I would think you would have got closer so you could be up if you were better. See, I'm live streaming it regardless. I have live streaming this go on my channel. I'm on this computer, I can't access the videos like that. This video on my phone.
He didn't deserve that. You guys just wrote him off like a
It's a terrible situation for a man to say.
That's not okay. I understand it's not your job, you guys pay your rent, but you guys gotta think about lives. Because my life is gone. And I have not been the same since May 23rd.
Yeah, when he was killed, that was Memorial Day weekend.
That's Kilyn Lewis's wife. He was executed by Denver area police on May 23rd. It took them 8 seconds. Denver issued warrants that were not justified.
That's cops.
Time to change this policy or policy is not that. It's just running down. These are situations that keep happening, and I don't understand why. You know, it's really hurtful as a father. It hurts more than people really realize. I mean, the person is going to have something to do. And he was, my heart is gone. Part of my heart is gone. I can't see him no more, I can't talk to him no more, I can't be part of him no more. And just to have him dug down like an animal that was attacking people, it was just really bad to see. And it just replays in my head every time. And it just makes me more and more depressed. So I'm just here to say things need to change. The time has come for this change to happen.
This news is really shocking. The police department and how they're shooting people and getting away with it. This is ridiculous. I just don't really have too much more to say. I wish you could look up here what you can do. And probably help us to do what you can. I would appreciate it. But anything else or any word I'll say, I'm not going to bring out my son anymore. But I just want to express that you need to work my heart. You just really tears it up. And it's hard to even let police parents want to say hi. It's important because of the situation that I'm going through now. I hope planning is something like that.
I myself.
And I just want to say thank you for listening to us and learning from us.
Talking about what they asked me first.
To the city council and my fellow citizens, I have a report here. My daughter, the Owens, and I were unconstitutionally swatted by the Denver police on this past February 22nd of 2024. Because of our fellow citizens, the Owens, we explained it was freezing and they wouldn't let us go back in. We were in shelter, and our coats and our car keys for 12 hours. Plus, they damaged some of my belongings and seized my ID, credit card, debit cards until the next morning. The 17-year-old boy that was condemned mine, who was the son of the father who was on the lease with me. And our hands were cuffed behind our backs, and we were sprayed with disinfectant. We also had 2 guests for supper, and the father of that duo was cuffed while his 10-year-old brown daughter fearfully watched. I was glad they didn't cuff her, but they did spray us all. And it affected her breathing and her skin was irritated. They also let the food burn that was being cooked by the team's father. Because they didn't turn off the gas flames. They further didn't give us a receipt for what was seized by the warrant required. The police also didn't give me the discovery report, nor any report of the swatting, when I went to their headquarters for the public records. The officer at the front desk said, "Your name is on the warrant." I found out that none of our names were on the warrant except for one person. And it was 3 months later when they returned with the health department and put an order to vacate signs on the morning of my 77th birthday, which re-traumatized me and the 17-year-old. This is the worst crime committed by the local police thus far because of my skin color. And I would wear an honors for another name, but there have been multiple others since I escaped Vietnam in Arkansas 55 years ago. I have one of the best guardian angels on this cosmos, this planet, because he has dispensed.
Yeah, I like that shirt. I thought we were going on vacation too.
So I'm Kilyn, and I'm from the Milwaukee Action Committee. It has been 53 days Action Committee. It has been 53 days since Byron Lewis, a 37-year-old unarmed black man, was killed by Michael B.
You should go to Denver, gov.org, and watch it live on Denver TV.
Hands in the air. Denver SWAT officers were also present at the scene and did nothing to help Kylan after he was shot. Once again, the police of both Aurora and Denver show that they have no intention of keeping our community safe, but instead terrorize Black and brown people and be rewarded for doing so. After killing Kylan in cold blood, Officer Deep was put on paid leave for killing Kylan instead of being fired and charged. We demand you investigate the events on May 5th that led to the Denver DA issuing an untitled warrant for Kylan that was later getting killed. Officer Michael Deeks, Aurora PD, Denver PD, and the cities of Denver and Aurora need to be held accountable. Our communities are not safe because other cops face no consequences, and their cities embolden them. The Aurora City Council has silenced the family and community many times and refuses to do anything to get justice for Kylan Lewis. Will you do the same, or will you stand up for what's right? Thank you.
So I saw him and we could say that, but I see so what bottom of this.
I'm staying awake. Recently, like, I think just because the heater, just not feeling well. I don't know. I'm feeling okay. I was waiting, and I don't know what happened, but because he had a situation, I thought he was gonna be here earlier. He didn't get here too late, so I kind of took a little nap. And every time I woke up, he had just kept going. And so you waited, required his immediate attention. But if he was here, he had been awake, and he threw me in under the bus and threw me out there like, speak on it, like he did last week. And I was like, that's how I got into that motherfucking shit in Aurora. Like, anything, for me, anything that those people are touching, I'm talking about a specific 3-4 people I'm going to stay away from, only for the simple fact that, in my opinion, it's like, it's like a chaotic theater, you know what I mean? Like, they're just doing it. It's just performative for me. And two, they're on one thing. I'm on a justice seeking fucking mission as well, but mine's that's try to stay away from the big cause. I'm like really want to be serious about. We really got real serious issues on about. You know what I mean? Real issues on. Versus what they talking about. They talking about it's a situation. It's not any worse or any better than what I'm talking about. I just don't want to get on that bandwagon with them when I don't agree that they're going in the right direction. Or what they're asking for or talking about is necessarily right and exact. Personally, from what I've read, as far as narratives and stuff's concerned, like that one lady said, she said there's so many different narratives going on. Yeah, she's not wrong. I just feel like shouldn't have to pick so many just to make a point. And even so, how many actions are we going to go through about this one particular case when there's some other serious things need to be addressed as well. You know what I mean? So, not to say that this one is not important, because it is. There's also other serious detriment going on that needs to be addressed as well. That's where I'm at with it. But not by them. There's better people to advocate for certain situations. I feel that you're used to seeing, have been up there doing it, whatever. And it just seems if we get behind a certain situation, now it is like a clout chase or whatever. There's sexual accuses them of. So I can't follow it. They're on their causes at all to already have an opinion about it because they look like, you know, we literal. Nah, I'm separately they're saying fucking prove it. Disrespect your Jesse on a regular basis. What's that?
Yes,
I'm saying that also that goes by.
Illegal migrant in the unhoused neighborhoods. That's what we're at.
Yeah.
So yeah, just for Colin Lewis, just for Jardell Richardson, just for Elijah McClain, and numerous other unarmed black men and women that have been killed in the hands of both the Denver Police Department and the Aurora Police Department. Moving along,
Sorry.
with the legal migrant news and the unhoused neighbor news.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I read it in the middle of your sentence.
So like a week ago, 8 armed illegal immigrants from Venezuela violently robbed a Denver jewelry store in Montbello.
Oh yeah.
So to the media groups, give us an update on what happened right here at our neck of the woods.
I take the for it.
Life's better when you're under the American Family Insurance roof, because when you feel totally protected.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please go. We had a situation happen in Denver where 8 suspected Venezuelan migrants violently robbed a Hispanic-owned jewelry store. The reason I say suspected Venezuelan, air quote, migrants, and I don't say that as if it's a matter of fact, is because we don't know 100% yet whether or not these are Biden's migrants. But what we do know, based off of the victim's testimony, who owns the jewelry store, who was Hispanic, she stated that when these individuals were speaking, they spoke with Venezuelan accents. So I want to get into this news clip right now. Then after that, I want to go into an article just to give us a little bit more detail on this situation and the relationship between the United States and Venezuela also. But let's get into this clip first, and we're going to jump into it right now.
It was extremely violent.
It was this moment caught on camera when Mirna Munoz says she knew something didn't feel right as one man pretended to be shopping, and then these 3 men sat in the cage waiting to be let into their shop, Joyeria El Ruby.
So the individual that was standing right here pulled a gun, and the 3 individuals that came in pulled guns.
Customers dropping to their knees, held at gunpoint. Some of the staff fleeing to the back. Munoz able to grab her kids and escape.
My mom and my cousin closed the door as I grabbed my 18-month-old baby.
Her mom, Lydia.
Imagine that she had to grab her 18-month-old baby. I want to rewind that part. I'm going to blow the screen up because you can see here, it appears as if they had the baby probably like in a little, I was going to say a basket, you know, but maybe like in a little swing set, just something back there. And I'll blow it up. And look at this. You can see her
fleeing
grabbing
to the back.
The baby.
Munoz able.
It's coming up right here. Look where it's kind of blocked at the little doorway, whatever that is at the bottom.
Able to grab her kids and escape.
My mom.
Right there. She grabs the baby.
And my cousin closed the door as I grabbed my 18-month-old baby.
Her mom.
Completely ridiculous. Now it's going to get worse from here. And just so you know ahead of time, and so YouTube understands as well, the YouTube AI, these guys were brutal. The women that you see here, the mother, and I believe it was the cousin that's on the floor. The mother is the one at the door. The cousin is the one that's on the floor, if I'm not mistaken. You're going to see these savages brutally beat these 2 women, pistol whip them with their gun. That's what's going to happen. Now, that portion of the video is going to be blurred out. But if you want to watch this video in its entirety, minus my commentary, without the pistol whipping portion blurred out, I will leave the link to the original news video in the description box below. But let's carry on. I just wanted to give that disclaimer first. The portion where the women are actually getting pistol whipped, it's going to be blurred out. You're not going to see that here on this channel. But let's carry on.
Lydia
as I grabbed my 18-month-old baby.
Her mom, Lydia Tena, tried to hit the panic button before one of the robbers attacked her.
They hit her in the back of her head with the gun 3 times. They also hit my cousin Magdalena in the back of the head. She felt like they were going to kill her after they hit her 3 times with the gun in her head. And she, one of the times, tried to move to push the panic button. And they told her that if she moved at all once more, that they were going to kill her and they were going to kill my cousin.
Within another minute, cameras in the back capturing 4 more men entering the back door.
They had white gloves and they were all loading their guns.
Says one assaulted her sister who walked into all the chaos.
So remember, one of the girls fled out with the 18-month-old baby. They got out just in time with the child because 1 minute later, these savages entered in towards the back way that she left from.
And cameras in the back capturing 4 more men entering the back door.
They had white gloves and they were all loading their guns.
Says one assaulted her sister who walked into all the chaos.
He grabbed her by her hair, pulled her up the stairs, and told her not to move or he was going to kill her. And while he had her face down to the floor, he yanked all of her personal jewelry off.
The 8 men wiping out the store that's been here for 24 years in a matter of 3 minutes.
Everything, they just sort of started putting it in backpacks and duffel bags.
Denver police confirming they are looking for these 8 Hispanic men.
It's organized crime and their accent is from Venezuela.
Walls now bare and
I'm going to rewind that back one more time. It's organized crime and their accents are from Venezuela. Like I said, we don't know for sure if these guys are Tren de Aragua. We don't know, for sure if these guys are technically, Venezuelan migrants, Biden's migrants, illegal immigrants. We don't know that for sure to be a complete 100% fact, but I think it is more than safe to speculate that that is who they are. I think it's more than safe to say that, given all of the information that we've collected over the time on this channel concerning crime from Tren de Aragua overall, right? It's safe to say that this is most likely part of that gang that's happening here.
In a matter of 3 minutes.
Everything, they just sort of started putting it in backpacks and duffel bags.
Denver police confirming they are looking for these 8 Hispanic men.
It's organized crime and their accent is from Venezuela.
Walls now bare and shelves disheveled. This family shaken and scared for the future of their shop.
This is very traumatizing. Sí, tengo mucho miedo. Yes, I'm very scared and mostly for our kids.
Bubblegum, cotton candy. I'm almost speechless talking about this because it's so obvious who they are targeting.
Use PDF Filler to edit documents anytime, anywhere, from any device. Add text anywhere in the document. Use the eraser tool to erase anything on the folder.
So once again, this was a jewelry store that was in their community for, what did they say, 24, 25 years? And in a matter of 3 minutes, they wiped it clean. This is why you see many Hispanics, a good deal of Hispanics, when it comes to illegal immigration, they don't bite the bullet, for lack of better terms, when it comes to the fear mongering surrounding, they're going to deport families and they're going to snatch up babies and put them in cages that they say that Trump is going to do. You see a good deal of Hispanics actually don't go for that because contrary to popular belief, contrary to what many Democrats would like you to believe, a good deal of Hispanics, they're not with illegal immigration at all. They're not with it at all. Primarily due to the fact that outside of the fact that it's just, wrong and it's criminal in and of itself inherently because you're breaking the law to get in here. These guys typically target their own, right? When I think about all of the so-called migrant crime, illegal immigrant crime that we've covered on this channel, most times than not, it's safe to say a lot more than half of the times, you know, they're committing these crimes against their own people. You get what I'm saying? So that's why it's not easy to trigger the Hispanic community with the fear mongering that you see the Dems try to do concerning kids in cages and so on and so forth. Because the reality is that they don't want to deal with this. They don't want to deal with the embarrassment of it all. They don't want to deal with the violence and the crime of it all, for lack of better words, right? So anyways, that does it for this video here. I want to take a quick moment to pivot to this article right here. And the link to this article will be in the description box below as well. So you can read it in its entirety, minus my, commentary and whatnot. It's titled 8 Armed Men with Venezuelan Accents Violently Robbed Denver Jewelry Store. And my reasoning for bringing this up is because I just want to give you a little bit of the history, right? The recent history the recent history between Venezuela and the United States, right? And how rocky that relationship is. The reality is that there actually isn't really much of a relationship there at all. But it gets into the complications of attempting to deport Venezuelan migrants back to Venezuela. Or once again, let me correct myself, Venezuelan illegal immigrants back to Venezuela. So the article reads as such: the women who were working in the store said that the Spanish-speaking criminals clearly had Venezuelan accents. Colorado has become a hotbed for illegal alien crime thanks to Democrat Governor Jared Polis and the Democrat-controlled state legislature, which has turned the state into a sanctuary for those illegally in the country. Colorado is now ranked as the third most dangerous state in the country. That is rather unbelievable. Now, to what degree illegal immigration has to do with that, I don't know, to be fair, right? To be fair, I'm a fair guy. To be fair, I don't know. But that's still just wild to think that Colorado is the third most dangerous state in the country. But I digress. Let's carry on. Federal law enforcement officials have launched well over 100 criminal investigations into Venezuelan criminal gangs that have invaded the United States under President Joe Biden, NBC News reported. The Biden administration releases the violent criminals into the U.S. when no criminal history comes up in any database when they are apprehended at the border. But why is that? Why is that so many of these obvious criminals are showing up as not having a criminal history when they're apprehended? Well, here's why. No criminal history is available on them because Venezuelans intentionally will not share that information, the report said. And that's something that a lot of people don't know. The Venezuelan government does not share the criminal history of its migrants coming into the country. You can request it all you want. They are not going to give it to you. And that's not something that I made up off the top of my head. That's not something that came from some far right news outlet, that didn't come from the Heritage Foundation or anything like that, because I know how some folks are, right? That came from a report by NBC News, which is a report that we covered here before. That came from NBC News, to the degree that that matters. Now, for me, whether it came from, The Blaze or whether it comes from NBC News, facts are facts. It doesn't matter to me, but I know for some people that matters, which is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, Venezuelan government does not share the status, the criminal status, right, of these so-called migrants that are coming into the country. They will not do it. And then here's another issue as well that to me is not really an issue, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But it reads, Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro's socialist regime seems intent on unleashing violent crime and chaos on the streets of America as it refuses to allow the U.S. to deport their criminals back to Venezuela. That's something else that a lot of people don't know as well, is that the president of Venezuela actually is refusing to accept back these criminals. In my personal opinion, this is only an issue because Joe Biden is president. It's only an issue because Joe Biden is president. The same way that the migrant crisis has only happened because it was intentionally created by Joe Biden. If you go back to Donald Trump's, I believe it's called the Remain in Mexico law, right? The Remain in Mexico law. The reason that that was able to work the way it did is not because Mexico cared about the United States concerning illegal immigration and how it may affect us, right? It's because, if I remember correctly, Donald Trump basically threatened Mexico and said that, look, you're going to hold all of these illegal immigrants in your country. You're going to keep them there since you can't control your border. And if you don't play along and play ball and hold them there, make them remain in Mexico, essentially, I'm going to destroy your economy. I'm going to completely annihilate it. I don't remember the specifics of it, if it was just sanctions that he was going to impose on Mexico, or if it was going to be a very aggressive tax on certain products. So forgive me for not having the details of that. I don't remember what the details of it are, but essentially he was going to destroy their economy. He was going to completely wreck the country if they didn't hold these illegal immigrants in Mexico. And because Mexico, essentially, they can't mess with the United States, for lack of better words. They're weak in the face of the United States, especially if you have somebody in office who isn't weak. Because of that imbalance in power, how strong the United States is versus Mexico, Mexico had no choice but to comply. This same thing could be done with Venezuela. Even to the degree that it can't be done, where maybe they stand their ground and say, you can do whatever you want concerning sanctions and tariffs and taxes. We don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if we're being honest, Venezuela, just like Mexico, can't mess with the United States. As the old Jay-Z saying goes, and I believe Nas said this as well in terms of hip hop terminology, your arms are too short to box with God. Your arms are way too short to box with God. If I'm going to drop them off in their home country, Venezuela, if that's what I'm going to do, then that's what I'm going to do, and try to stop me if you can, which you can't, because your arms are too short to box with God. Venezuela just can't mess with the United States on any level unless they have some sort of assistance from China or something crazy like that, which currently at the moment, I don't believe they have that strong of a relationship with China. But the point is, you know, in closing, because this video is running long, if Biden wanted to, he can just bully Venezuela and drop these folks off if he wanted to. And to me, it's not bullying, because you're intentionally releasing these criminals into the country and then not playing along by letting us know who they are. So to me, that's not bullying. I'm going to drop them off in their homeland, and there's nothing that you're going to do about it. That would be the approach that you take from that moment forward when you have a situation like this occurring. But I digress. This video is running long. 17 minutes is a lot for today's news clip, so we're going to shut it down and end it here. You get the gist of what's going on in Denver. That does it for today's news. So thank you all for joining me today. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
We're going to try and zoom in as best we can from our vantage point. That is former President Trump has arrived here with a bandage on his ear. This is the first time in the entire event that you can widen out the shot. We can see him more now. This is the first time in the entire event we have seen the former president visibly since the attempted assassination this past Saturday. So the crowd has been on its feet since the last probably 3 minutes since the former president just walked into the facility. He's not on stage yet, but he has arrived. They have a camera shot of him, and the crowd just erupted here. This is the first time we have seen him. You can see there with a bandage on his right ear, still healing from the gunman's wound from this Saturday. This has been an event called the Republican National Convention. They have a theme every night. Tonight's is Make America Rich Again. The focus has, of course, been on selling former President Trump's message and his new running mate, Ohio Senator. I'm sorry, I want to interrupt. Former President Donald Trump is coming out now. I don't know if you guys are able to take that live where you were at. I think I don't want to toss my interviews just yet, guys. I do want to stay on this as we see the former president walk onto the screen, and the producer in my ear could talk to me in real time as we determine the best way to handle this. Okay, we are taking. Okay, we do have them. So I just want to stick with this. We were going to go to some other stuff, but this is the former president walking into the room for the first time we have seen him, with Lee Greenwood's song playing over the loudspeakers. Everyone is on their feet for what is his historic image. The former president walking onto the stage right now. Literally, this all happened in the last 2 minutes. We saw him on the screen, and now they are bringing him on the screen for the first time. And Kent and Joy, we may want to chat back and forth while we watch this. This is the first time we are seeing the former president at all since Saturday. As you can see with that bandaged ear, with music playing on the loudspeakers, everyone is on their feet here, and he is applauding and saying hello to his supporters here, who are here in the thousands in Milwaukee. Kent and Joy, I think we should probably sit and watch this for a bit as we continue to talk.
Scott, are we able to see where his VP pick is in relation to where he's standing now?
No, and we are waiting on, and he's speaking with various Republican kind of royalty, so to speak, in the party. We haven't seen J.D. Vance. There's his son, both his sons, Eric and Donald Jr., shaking hands with, and I think that is J.D. Vance maybe right next to him, his vice presidential running mate right next to him on the screen. So J.D. Vance, I have heard from sources, maybe expected to speak a little later on. That's not been confirmed, but I have heard through sources that may happen. But just in the last few minutes, seeing the former president arrive here, everyone is on their feet. They've been waiting for this moment. We really didn't know that he would show up. We've been wondering, but he is there with his family and his running mate, Senator Vance out of Ohio. Excuse me. The focus really tonight has been, as they say, make America wealthy again. That has been the theme of the opening night of the Republican National Convention. We have been watching speakers here for hours tonight, but this is the first time we have seen the former president, who we have known has been in Chicago, excuse me, I misspoke, in Milwaukee since yesterday afternoon, leading. He planned on maybe delaying it a few days, but put out a speech or a statement yesterday that he was going to come early, did not want the gunman to stop him from coming and seeing his supporters, and he is there with a bandage on his ear in what is really a historic sight, because it's the first time we have seen the former president since those images we saw Saturday evening that we showed you on News for Jax, with blood on his face, being escorted off the stage in Pennsylvania by Secret Service agents and into a waiting SUV, and we have not seen him since. You can see that ear is still bandaged up as he is waving to his supporters. We do not expect the president to speak tonight. He is expected to formally accept the nomination on Thursday evening and give a primetime address. This, I believe, is just a chance to wave to his supporters and be seen by the people who have come to Milwaukee to support him. And maybe this wasn't originally on the agenda, Kent Joy. I'm suspecting because he knew that supporters wanted to see him after the attempted assassination Saturday night, that they decided to have him come be shown on that opening night and see his supporters with his much younger running mate, J.D. Vance, a senator from Ohio there, newly named just hours ago, only 39 years old, and they were saying God bless the USA over the speakers, giving a salute to the stage and to his supporters. Really, this is kind of what everything is built to. Joy, go back to you.
Scott, we can't help but wonder, all this talk about the Secret Service and security. What do you see right now? Where are their agents? Do you see armed guards? What are you seeing as far as security goes?
I'm not next to him. I'm behind something, but I can't see physically what's around him. I can say, Joy, that there are literally thousands of security, or hundreds minimum, all over the place. This is as secure of a facility as I've ever seen in my life. hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police officers from all over the area. So this is a very secure area. You can't walk anywhere. And of course, to even get in the facility, unlike what we saw in Pennsylvania, which was somewhat of an uncontained environment, this is heavily contained. You're not even able to get within blocks of this area without going through metal detectors. So this is definitely a different scene than what we have seen over 48 hours ago, which happened in Pennsylvania, which was in that field, and as has been discussed a lot locally here on News4Jax and nationally. You know, there were some vulnerabilities there, as we saw, so that hasn't been touched, and now looks like they're getting back to the regular program. And
family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Amazing how the news cycle changes in only 24 hours. Saturday, everyone was talking about an attempted murder plot against the Orange Man, but just before that, everyone had been talking about a guy who many say got away with murder. Sure, it wasn't intentional, but the fiancé of the woman he killed is playing Fred Goldman to Alec Baldwin's OJ. So even though he's beaten the criminal rap, Alec Baldwin may have a number of civil suits that are waiting for him regardless. But I gotta tell you though, for the last 3 years, the saga of Alec Deadeye Baldwin's homicide trial has loomed. Well, actually it hasn't. It's actually been just slightly above ground in the white media. It hasn't been a huge shadow over him. They've been treating it as an on-again, off-again subject of interest once every 4 or 5 months or so. There's absolutely no dispute that Baldwin killed that woman, and while his action wasn't intentional, it also wasn't in doubt either that he did it. And yet this wasn't the trial of the century, or even the movie of the week. The white media wasn't trying to give him the Jonathan Majors treatment, much less the Jussie Smollett treatment. No breathless articles in the white media, no throngs of reporters. The mayor didn't weigh in. Oh no, we don't have TMZ giving wall-to-wall anything on this. The white media took Alec Baldwin's statements, dutifully repeated them, and then just let events play out. They weren't trying to drive the events. They weren't trying to tell the public what to think. I told you that the fix was in from the very beginning, but then again, you didn't need a crystal ball to see that one. Last year, when the first assistant director on the movie got probation, I told everyone that Baldwin's chances of getting convicted had dropped from the already slim to none category to just plain none. And the charges against Baldwin were soon dropped thereafter. Some of the brain-dead detractors out there got jolly in the behind when the prosecutors tried to resurrect the case, which they did mostly out of spite. White media reports are that apparently one of the prosecutors on the case felt that Baldwin was shooting his mouth off and she didn't like him very much to begin with, so she decided to resurrect this case, but it didn't get far because prosecutorial spite doesn't neutralize white privilege. I knew that the outcome for any would-be do-over of a trial wouldn't change the outcome because Baldwin's white privilege hadn't changed. And so the prosecutors made their lunk-headed, half-hearted attempt to try to jam him up, but it was doomed to fail from the very beginning, and it was obvious. Alec Baldwin's defense team had already presented a number of Hail Marys to try to get the case dismissed, and it was only a matter of time before one of their targets hit the mark. They presented evidence to the judge that prosecutors had taken steps to conceal the fact that the ammunition from the homicide in question originated with an external ammunition source. The bullets had been given to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office by a retired cop from Arizona who told them that the bullets would match the fatal round. The bullets from this external source, that is. The judge looked at some of these suppressed rounds, and she determined that the rounds were similar enough to the ones that had been on the set of the day of the homicide that it could have helped Alec Baldwin's defense. And so Baldwin's lawyers said that this suppression of evidence ought to get the case thrown out, and at long last, after several prior attempts, the judge finally agreed to do it on this one. By the way, the woman who was the armorer for that movie, she was the person most responsible, or should I say irresponsible, for the gun being loaded. Well, her attorneys are now saying that since Baldwin beat the rap, they're going to file a motion to have her case dismissed too. So at long last, that white privilege is kicking into high gear. Here you have a case where a big-name Hollywood star kills a woman, and this case has all kinds of twists and turns, but nowhere does the white media try to demonize him or make him into a pariah or to attack anyone for daring to work with Deadeye Baldwin afterwards. Nothing about studios dropping him or trying to scandalize the fact that he went and finished the very movie that he had killed someone on the set of. Nothing about how he already had another movie set up before his original charges had been dismissed. Now, we already had Surviving R. Kelly from Lifetime. I want to know, when do we get Not Surviving Alec Baldwin? Anyone want to do interviews with Kim Basinger or talk about their rocky marriage? Perhaps somebody will talk to Alec Baldwin's daughter about the kind of verbal abuse that he heaped on her. You know, I gotta wonder, if they do actually get around to making a movie about this tragedy someday, who are they going to get to play Alec Baldwin? Is it too late to cast Wyatt Earp? I'm just asking for a friend, but the double standard here is as blatant as it is intentional, and that's by design. Nate Parker actually proved his innocence in court, falsely accused of rape, put on trial by a white jury in the Deep South. They don't get any worse than that. And yet that white jury looked at this strong, athletic black man and said, you know what? We believe the black man over his white accuser. And yet you had Robin Roberts leading the charge to demonize him on behalf of the white media because they didn't like the movie that he made about Nat Turner. Jonathan Majors runs away from a white woman, and that gets wall-to-wall news. He winds up being convicted of, well, getting into an argument, I suppose. And that's all kosher. Why, Jonathan Majors, he should be run out of town on a rail. In fact, he should be in prison for life for, well, we're not sure. Meanwhile, Deadeye Baldwin kills a white woman, and the charges get dismissed not once, but twice. But hey, that's no evidence that there's a double standard. It just worked out that way. Same way it did for Kevin Spacey. Same way it does for so many others. Bill Cosby got sent to prison based on an illegal deposition introduced at trial. And even though it was obvious to both the prosecutor and the judge that this would never withstand an appeal, they wanted to see if they could get a jury to sign off on it anyway, and the jury, who didn't know any better, did. But the court knew full well the deposition was inadmissible at trial, and when the illegal conviction was predictably thrown out on appeal, there's been no consequences for either the criminal DA or the corrupt judge. The same elements from the dominant society who have been crusading to make a cause celeb out of Johnny Depp were nowhere to be seen for Cosby. But then again, their support for Depp wasn't about evidence as much as it was about maintaining a racial status quo. Alec Baldwin will inevitably be allowed to live this one down. Hell, he's already doing it now. Just like Rob Lowe and his having had sex with a 16-year-old. Mel Gibson is recorded engaged in a racist anti-black rant, and not only does Hollywood let him come back to work, they don't even mention that. They only mention that he made some off-color remarks about Jews, but that's it. The anti-black stuff was totally ignored. It's a double standard, but one that the Negroes in Hollywood know that they better not call out. None of them dare to mention the double standard from the courts, and they certainly won't mention the double standard from the white media or these studios either. When you're black and you get accused of something, it becomes a foot race to see who can announce that they're going to drop you from their studio schedule first, which talent agency can be the first to announce they're dropping you as a client, which advertisers can be the first to announce that they're dropping your endorsement deal. It becomes some sort of sick competition. But when you're not black, it just becomes a game of wait and see. Black celebrities already know all this. But they also know that it's better for them to be disinvited from the cheese and croissant circuit and the parties in the hills rather than to have never been invited to them at all. As far as they're concerned, it's more than worth it to roll the dice. The people who are the targets of this double standard are doing nothing to stop it, which is why black celebrities can never be effective partners in black empowerment. That's why you don't see us campaigning for their support. I would say that this should be a warning to them, but they've been getting warnings since the beginning of time. And ignoring them, too. Paul Mooney was so right. Negroes in Hollywood are the most dense when it comes to recognizing white media racism, even when they're the targets of it. Their ability to deny and overlook anti-black racism, especially against other black celebs, is unparalleled. So their occasional phony peeps of discontent about how black talent gets treated in Hollywood doesn't really count for much. And since it doesn't seem to bother them, it won't bother us either. Well, there is one thing for sure. Whatever project Deadeye Baldwin's working on next, I know he can't wait to get shooting again. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Bruce Day, Understanding, Going Down Slow, DSC Bland, and Delvian Burton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
The war on terror is not confined strictly to the Al-Qaeda that we're chasing. The war on terror involves Saddam Hussein.
president said the war would make the world safer. But did the Bush administration know what it was really getting into?
Their basic approach was that they couldn't really foresee exactly what was needed, so they were going to wait until they got there, and then they were going to make recommendations.
Did the administration listen too much to this man?
Saddam Hussein was a threat to the West, and he was the most dangerous threat.
Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
And were we told the truth?
The administration made statements which I can only describe as dishonest.
Tonight, frontline correspondent Martin Smith travels to Iraq to investigate truth, war, and consequences. The drive from Kuwait City to Baghdad takes about 12 hours. We made our first trip in late April, just 2 weeks after the fall of Saddam. We accompanied Kanan Makia, an Iraqi exile who has been at the center of efforts to topple Saddam for more than a decade. He hadn't seen southern or central Iraq since he was 18.
This was once upon a time the Fertile Crescent. Saddam's turned it into a desert.
Along the way, U.S. convoys were busy moving in additional equipment and troops, while soldiers manned crude checkpoints. The roads are not secure. Bandits are a common hazard. We traveled in a convoy with other returning Iraqi exiles. With less than 300 kilometers to go, they paused for a picture. As we drove into Baghdad, the bombed-out hulks of Iraqi tanks and anti-aircraft guns littered the sides of the highways. In the city center, buildings had been blasted by missiles. Others were destroyed by fire. The capital of one of the world's biggest oil-producing nations was also suffering from years of UN sanctions, as well as underdevelopment and neglect at the hands of Saddam and his Ba'ath Party.
I suppose the shock was to realize just how run down the city had been allowed to become by the Ba'ath. I thought of the Ba'ath as a modernizing force, an ugly, brutal, deformed kind of modernity, but modernizing nonetheless. And here I entered a city that was ramshackle, broken apart, buildings cracking at the seams, filthy, smelling, garbage on the streets. It was tragic. There was a true sense of dilapidation everywhere.
On top of the dilapidation came post-war looting.
When you take the lid off of a repressive system of 30 years in the making, and you don't have an alternative law and order system to replace it, the population went wild.
The looting had gone far beyond the stealing of furniture and air conditioners. Looters had deconstructed entire buildings, stripped out wires, insulation, plumbing, stealing any reusable, resaleable materials. They torched what remained. When General J. Garner and his reconstruction team arrived, they found nearly all the buildings they needed to run post-war Iraq demolished.
Did you plan for looting?
Well, I knew there would be looting, but I didn't think the looting would have the impact that it did have. 17 of the 23 ministries were gone when we got to Baghdad. And more than that, there's no communications. So, I didn't know that the looting would be I never expected it would be as serious as it was.
We'd heard about shortages. We saw what it meant. To buy a tank of gasoline, the wait could be more than 8 hours. Tempers flared. We came upon this station, where one man had fired a gun in anger. The bullet hit a gas tank, and an explosion and fire ensued that killed 4. Including this boy's brother. Weary residents were calling on the U.S. to either take control or go home.
Couldn't the military have done a better job of putting in police patrols or bringing in more soldiers to try to tamp things down a bit?
Well, you have to ask the military.
Well, you're a general. What's your opinion?
I think you're always better off with more troops.
So we didn't have enough troops.
I think I think we could have used more troops inside Baghdad at the end of the war, yes.
There was still some looting going on when we arrived. And when we came across soldiers, they didn't seem sure of their role.
That child don't need to be here. No, school deal. Okay, that's what he need to be doing, not following you.
We filmed these GIs after they caught a group of Iraqis stealing wood.
We try to stop them from looting, they don't understand, so we'll take their car and we'll crush it. United States Army, tankers, who? That's what you get when you loot.
Later, the car's owner told us, "I'm a taxi driver. The car was my livelihood."
You represent a culture that brought forth civilization. It's your people and your land that brought forth the codification of the law.
The day after we arrived, General Garner was speaking to a political conference.
Our responsibility.
The U.S. had invited 300 Iraqis, tribal sheikhs, religious, business, and political leaders. Canaan Makia came with his own ambitions about how to build a new democratic Iraq.
It was important, I think, for one salient fact sort of emerged from the meeting. The sense of the mood of that meeting was, we want a government and we want it now.
We're asking British and United States to put the principal system for us, how to go through democracy. Okay?
And the American officials who were up there on the platform were on the edge of losing control of the meeting because they didn't have answers. The central fact on everybody's mind was the lawlessness that had taken place, the anarchy, the breakdown.
Looting was going on as the meeting took place.
Looting. And authority was needed here, now, immediately, instantly.
Maybe. Canaan. Wow.
Canaan Makia has been involved for over 10 years with an Iraqi exile opposition group dedicated to the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. We followed him to their new Baghdad headquarters. The Iraqi National Congress was founded in 1992. The INC is headed by a former banker, Ahmed Chalabi. Before the war, Chalabi was a key player in efforts to help establish the case that Saddam was an imminent threat.
Saddam Hussein was a threat to the West, and he was the most dangerous threat that could have been envisaged in this time, especially after September 11.
But they were set up by the INC. They were recruited.
According to
time real quick. I was 5 o'clock in the morning. It's almost 7 on outside. Jesus. All right, so pushing. I got a public show out. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 15, part 3 of Black News. Back, hopefully, tomorrow. Yeah, so join us for Shabaka's Black Express and Candace this evening, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, where we will hear from our one and only nemesis, arch enemy, Sarge, the former police officer, state police officer in Illinois, and he seems to love to cape for the police and racist and white supremacy, because that's what they're enforcing. And, yeah, so call in, come bomb on him as much as you like. The call-in number is 516-418-5996. Press 1 and you'll be live on the air. Ladies, hey, you have anything else?
Is this the wrong Sarge? Friday.
No, it's formal Sarge.
Mm-hmm.
One on Tuesday, today, it's formal Sarge.
Oh, yeah. Definitely today. Thank you all. Stay blessed. Stay beautiful, beautiful day. So, 100% prayer rising. Right. Thanks to you all.
Thank you, lady Shannon. So, peace, love, light, reparations, and separation, and Black empowerment. We'll see y'all later on for Shabaka's Black Experience from Hands on Blog Talk Radio and on YouTube. Peace.